Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com, or find Hair Volume in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
You say you'd never give in to a meltdown. Never let kids' toys take over the house. And never fill your feed with kid photos. You'd never plan your life around their schedule. Never lick your thumb to clean their face. And you'd never let them leave the house looking like less than their best. You say you'd never put a pacifier in your mouth to clean it. Never let them stay up too late. And never let them run wild through the grocery store.
We have on aisle 6 and aisle 3.
So when you say you'd never let them get into a car without you there, no, it can happen. 1 in 4 hot car deaths happen when a kid gets into an unlocked car and can't get out. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
The word father means a lot to me. Being that support system for them, and as a man, that's important in a child's life. I think men can be a little stubborn sometimes where they may want the help, they may not know how to ask. It's hard for a man to speak his emotions. Those tears, they mean something. You know, wrap away. Tears are water, and water is life. And when you shed those tears, that's love. That's real love. Sometimes as dads, I think we're too hard on ourselves. Life can come at you really quick, and it can be really tough at times. But then you put that one foot in front of the other, and you keep doing the right thing. Slowly that voice goes away, you know. Wrap away, you gotta pray for yourself, as well as for everybody else, but never forget yourself.
Never stop being a dad. That's dedication. Find out more at fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
The Ad Council.
Thanks for being with us. A library book has been returned nearly 82 years after it was borrowed from the San Antonio Public Library. In a news release, the library said the book is Your Child, His Family, and Friends. It was checked out in July 1943, returned in June from a person in Oregon who inherited boxes from a recently deceased grandparent. The inside cover of the book stamped with the warning that the fine for overdue books was 3 cents a day. That would amount to $900. The AP says 3 cents then amounts to 56 cents in today's money, which would add up to more than $16,000 in terms of a fine. The library eliminated overdue fines 4 years ago. The person who returned the book wrote a letter in it that said, "I hope there is no late fee for it because Grandma won't be able to pay for it anymore." That'll do it for this hour. For Nicole Murray and Mike Gavin, I'm Gordon Deal. Thanks for listening to This Morning, America's First News.
It started as a puddle.
Where?
In the shower.
Uh-oh.
Then the kitchen sink.
Started backing up?
Yeah.
I know where this is going.
Clogged up.
Right. No problem.
Beg your pardon?
There's no clog we can't clear.
You're Dan.
From Apollo Plumbing.
This is going to get pricey.
How about $83?
To clear my drain?
Apollo Plumbing clears main drains every day.
For $83?
$83 or it's free.
What's the catch?
No catch. We'll even do a camera inspection.
Why's that?
It's the best way to find the cause of your clog.
And it's included?
No extra charge. Truth is, we hate clogs.
I don't love them.
Seen them all.
Ew.
I promise, there's no clog Apollo can't clear.
Guaranteed.
83 or free.
Goodbye, slow drains.
All it takes is an accessible clean out.
And Apollo gets my drains draining again.
You call, we come, it's fixed.
My heroes.
Just doing our job.
Thank you, Apollo Plumbing.
Apollo Plumbing.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
Trump's message to Ukraine's president.
I have a feeling you and President Putin are going to work something out.
Deal reached in Air Canada strike. Woman called ketamine queen to plead guilty.
It resulted in the death of a beloved actor, Matthew Perry.
Good morning. I'm Steve Kathan with the CBS World News Roundup. The White House says President Trump spoke by phone yesterday with Russia's Vladimir Putin, not long after a key meeting with Ukraine's president and European leaders. Here's CBS News White House correspondent Nancy Cordes.
5 hours of meetings between President Trump, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, and European leaders yielded two key results. First, a promise from President Trump that the U.S. will help provide security guarantees designed to protect a post-war Ukraine from future invasions by Russia.
The other material outcome was the agreement that will now be a bilateral agreement between President Putin and President Zelensky.
That was British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, one of 7 European power players who all flew into D.C. in a show of support for Zelensky.
And thank you very much for your efforts.
After Trump appeared to find common cause with Putin last week following their summit in Alaska.
Many points were agreed to.
In a revealing hot mic moment yesterday, Trump seemed to suggest to French President Emmanuel Macron that Putin would end the war as a favor to him.
You understand that, as crazy as it sounds?
Ukraine said today Russia returned the bodies of 1,000 Ukrainian troops. And about a possible Putin-Zelensky meeting, Switzerland says it would grant Putin immunity from prosecution if the talks are held there. The Russian president faces a warrant issued by the International Criminal Court. Forecasters say powerful Hurricane Erin will not hit the East Coast, but the storm has made for rough surf and has prompted some coastal evacuations. CBS News meteorologist Rob Marciano.
Is a Category 3 storm. It's going to waffle between a 2 and a 3 over the next 48 hours. The track is going to bring it close enough to where we're seeing an immense amount of rip current. Look, the entire East Coast is going to be under the gun, not just today, but tomorrow, really through the rest of the week, from Florida all the way up through parts of southern New England. So that's the dangerous swimming for sure. And we're going to see winds that are going to get very close towards the coastline as well. This storm has really grown in expanse of its wind field. Across, we're looking at about nearly 600 miles of tropical storm force winds. So when it gets abreast of the Outer Banks here late in the day on Wednesday and Thursday morning, we'll probably see some tropical storm conditions, and then it does peel off.
This morning, flight attendants reached a tentative deal to end the strike against Air Canada, a walkout that forced flight cancellations, stranding thousands of travelers. CBS's Tom Hansen.
The union says that it worked overnight for as many as 5 hours with Air Canada and a mediator present in order to reach this tentative deal. Air Canada says that it hopes to resume at least some of its flights today after 3 full days of strikes that brought this company to a screeching halt. Now, what they agreed to is not clear yet, but what we do know is Air Canada previously offered a 38% increase in total compensation over 4 years, which the company says would have made its flight attendants the best compensated in Canada.
Now to Los Angeles, CBS's Carter Evans tells us a woman is set to plead guilty, admitting she sold the drugs that killed Friends star Matthew Perry.
On Monday, the Justice Department announced that Jasvane Sangha, known as the Ketamine Queen, agreed to plead guilty to 5 federal charges, saying she knowingly distributed ketamine to Perry, a successful actor and author whose struggles with drug addiction were well documented. Sangha's lawyer, Mark Geragos, had previously denied the allegations in a recent Peacock documentary.
My client never met Matthew Perry, has nothing to do with Matthew Perry.
Now, Geragos says his client is taking responsibility for her actions. Sangha is the latest of 5 people to avoid trial by pleading guilty, including Perry's friend, his live-in assistant, and 2 doctors who charged Perry tens of thousands of dollars.
4 minutes after the hour.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Don't you wish your life came with a warning app?
Stop. That dog does not want to be petted.
Just a little heads up before something bad happens.
Move your coffee cup away from your computer.
Oh, no.
So you can have more control.
Stop. You're texting your boss by mistake.
Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes like managing your weight, getting active, stopping smoking, and eating healthier, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. It's easy to learn your risk. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Warning, the cap is loose on that catch-up.
Don't wait. You have the power to change the outcome. Visit doihaveprediabetes.org today. That's doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners.
More Republican-led states are sending National Guard troops to Washington, D.C. as part of the Trump administration's federal takeover. CBS's Scott McFarland.
The number of National Guard troops on the streets and in the neighborhoods of Washington, D.C. is poised to more than double. The Republican governors of at least a half dozen states have deployed hundreds more, with West Virginia Governor Patrick Morrisey saying he wants to help restore cleanliness and safety in the nation's capital.
This doesn't make sense.
D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser says the sight of troops policing U.S. citizens on U.S. soil is un-American.
Missouri's Attorney General is resigning to take a leadership position with the FBI. Republican Andrew Bailey will serve as co-deputy director of the Bureau. He's been a supporter of President Trump, pursuing several lawsuits against the Biden administration. The Trump administration is considering buying a 10% stake in the chip maker Intel. CBS's Michael Wallace.
Sources tell the New York Times there have been discussions about converting nearly $11 billion in federal grants into equity in Intel. It would be one of the largest government interventions in a U.S. company since the rescue of the auto industry during the 2008 financial crisis. Intel, the nation's largest chip maker, has been struggling financially. The administration views Intel as critical to national security.
CBS's Matt Piper tells us
the Texas Department of State Health Services declares in a news release the end of this year's measles outbreak centered in West Texas. They say it's after more than 42 days have passed since any new reported case in counties with previous evidence of ongoing transmission. Since the outbreak began in late January, 762 cases of measles have been confirmed in Texas, with more than 2/3 of them among children. 2 children who were not vaccinated died. Though the outbreak is declared over in the state, the release warns that there are still ongoing outbreaks across the country.
The American Academy of Pediatrics says today that children ages 6 months to 23 months should receive a COVID-19 vaccine. The federal CDC no longer recommends that. There was a powerful explosion on board a cargo ship carrying coal in Baltimore's harbor.
We heard a really loud explosion. We turn around, and there's like a 200-foot plume of smoke. Maybe 2 or 5 minutes, and we hear Mayday, Mayday.
A fire was eventually contained, and the ship remained afloat. No one on board was reported hurt. Time on the roundup, 8 past the hour.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
In Britain, a one-day strike is brewing at horse racing tracks.
And they're off.
Britons love a flutter, as they call betting on the horses.
It's one of the things that makes Britain uniquely British.
But the industry's Brent Donche says a government plan to hike the tax on betting to bring it in line with that already charged to online platforms will cost hundreds of millions, potentially endangering a national treasure.
We're more than just a sport. We're actually a cherished part of British culture.
So British horse racing is going on strike, cancelling races one day next month in the hopes of getting the government to back down. Vicky Barker, CBS News, London.
Police in Dubai investigating the theft of a pink diamond valued at more than $25 million made 3 arrests just hours after the theft. A trader who had bought the jewel in Europe was tricked into a phony inspection for a man said to be a wealthy client looking to buy it. And that's the CBS World News Roundup for Tuesday. I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News.
KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. I'm Katrina Gashard. Governor Bob Ferguson is defending Washington's immigration stance after U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi called the state a sanctuary jurisdiction that thwarts federal enforcement. Ferguson is hosting a press conference today. He says Washington will not back down in the face of threats from the Trump administration. The press conference is at 12:15. Meanwhile, President Trump says he'll lead a movement to end mail-in voting, claiming without providing evidence that they lead to voter fraud. KIRO 7 TV's Gary Horker took a look at mail-in voting here in our state.
Here in King County, we have long proven that vote-by-mail elections are accurate, they're secure, and most importantly, they're accessible to our voters.
Haley Watkins with King County Elections not only defended voting by mail for its proven security in King County, she also questioned whether his proposal to change it would even be possible.
So we're going to start with an executive order that's being written right now by the best lawyers in the country to end mail-in ballots.
As Watkins pointed out, the Congress and U.S. Constitution actually put all voting in elections in the firm control of every state, and only Congress can override that.
In Seattle, police are looking for a stabbing suspect after an attack under an I-5 overpass Monday night. KIRO 7 TV's Elle Thomas has details.
This happened just before 10 on Whedon Place Northeast in the Green Lake neighborhood. The victim was found stabbed in the neck and arm. They are at Harborview right now in serious condition. The suspect ran away before officers arrived. If you have information, give police a call.
At least 2 large fires shut down a stretch of I-90 near Cle Elum last night. It's not clear yet how exactly they started, but it shut down the freeway between Eden and Ellensburg. Clint Dean is WashDOT's incident response team, and he tells KIRO News Radio's John Curley he was out there fighting the flames.
I tried everything I could with all of the suppression equipment I had to put it out, but the winds just kept shifting on me.
Dean says it's possible sparks flew from a vehicle with a broken axle, igniting the flames. Meanwhile, a helicopter crash at Skagit Regional Airport sent 2 people to the hospital Monday morning. Lieutenant Jeff Willard is with Skagit County Sheriff's Office and says it appears the chopper hit a light pole before it went down.
I talked to one of the witnesses, and they estimated probably 25 feet off the ground, so somewhere in that neighborhood, about as high as a light pole.
The pilot and passenger walked away with some serious cuts and bruises, but nothing life-threatening. 11 insurance companies are suing Burlington North and Santa Fe Railway over a wildfire here in Washington that forced the evacuation of about 1,000 people. KIRO News Radio's Frank Lindsay reports.
They claim BNSF caused the Tunnel 5 fire near White Salmon in July of 2023. That fire burned more than 500 acres and destroyed 10 homes. KIRO 7 reports the lawsuit says sparks from an old BNSF locomotive ignited dry brush. Investigators linked the fire to railroad operations. Insurers want to recover millions of dollars paid out in claims. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
So far, no response from BNSF. The suspect accused of shooting a man in a wheelchair along the Seattle waterfront pleaded not guilty in court Monday. Gregory Tim is charged with first-degree assault. Prosecutors say he accused Navy veteran Harold Powell, who's confined to a wheelchair, of stolen valor. Police say during the argument, Powell pulled out a knife and airsoft gun, and that's when Tim shot the victim in his chest. Tim is being held on $750,000 bail. And now for your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic this morning. Tacoma to Seattle, about 31 right now. Puyallup to Renton, 18. Renton to Bellevue, about 15 minutes. Everett to Seattle, about 23. And for your KIRO News Radio forecast on this Tuesday morning, we've got a mix of clouds and sun this afternoon if you're farther out east. Highs today will be in the mid-70s. Right now, it's about 58 in downtown Seattle. And coming up next, the Seattle Sounders are playing in the quarterfinals of the Leagues Cup tomorrow at Lumen Field. We'll hear from MLS broadcaster announcing that game, Soccer Hall of Famer Marcelo Balboa. That's next. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with a KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
This hour of Seattle's Morning News is brought to you by Closets by Design Seattle.
The Jake and Spike Show.
I check it late at night when my wife's not looking.
Weekdays noon to 3.
My favorite thing on my phone, which is my weather app.
First thing,
nonstop.
My number one app. Every day it tells me it's the number one thing I use on my phone.
First thing I looked at when I woke up.
First thing I see in the morning, last thing I see at night is the weather.
Then I'll roll over and kiss her after that.
My wife says, don't kiss me after you look at your weather app.
I feel hot and sweaty.
Watch the Jake and Spike Show live on YouTube or the KIRO Newsradio app.
When you own a business, it feels like everything's on you. Orders, deliveries, employees, on you. That's why Comcast Business is giving you a year of mobile on us with your internet service. Really? Yep. We'll cover your first line of mobile for 1 year. So calling customers, getting directions, texting Janine and shipping, on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/22/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of 1 unlimited intro-line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. 1 discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile, Wi-Fi, and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
When you walked through your kitchen this morning, what'd you see? Did it make you happy? Hi, I'm Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft. Well, I want to make you happy. We'll custom build you all new cabinet doors and drawer fronts, and using our exclusive 1/4-inch solid wood refacing process, transform your existing cabinets into a beautiful new kitchen. Add a custom quartz countertop, change things up a bit, add some more cabinets, install some cool new features like soft close drawers and sliding shelves, whatever you like. We'll help you to create the new kitchen you'll be proud of. All in about a week, and all with way less mess, hassle, time, and expense than to tear out. Stop waiting. For 18 years, we've been honored to serve thousands of happy customers, and we'd love to serve you. Call today and I'll get one of our pros to come out and show you how easy and comfortable it'll be to get going on your new kitchen. Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600, 425-485-1600, or heritagehomecraft.com.
Hey, it's John Curley with Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision RLE. Doc, I heard that 50% of Americans have their lenses replaced by the time they're 75.
That's exactly right, John. As we near 50, our eye's natural lens starts to become dysfunctional. If you've now added readers to your need for glasses and contacts, it's a sign the quality and function of your natural lens is fading, and it's a steady decline towards cataracts.
Don't go another 20 plus years with poor vision, hassling with contacts and readers. Do what I did. Choose a quick, painless refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision RLE and start enjoying great vision now.
Our new lens technology is truly amazing. After replacing over 100,000 lenses, we have the experience to guide each patient to their best solution, even if that's recommending you wait a little while before RLE.
K2 Vision RLE can restore distance and near vision permanently, plus never develop a cataract. Read the reviews and schedule a free Zoom consultation now at k2visionrle.com.
Seattle's morning news. Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime. Seattle's morning news, wherever you are.
We've been talking about baseball and football and women's basketball. Now we need to do something for our soccer friends.
Yeah, MLS soccer is alive in Seattle. Sounders playing this week in the quarterfinal match of the Leagues Cup against Club Puebla from Mexico.
That match is taking place at Lumen Field Wednesday at 7. If you're watching the match on the MLS Season Pass on Apple TV, you will hear the voice of Marcelo Balboa, former U.S. men's national team player and Hall of Famer, and he is with us on Seattle's Morning News. Good morning.
Good morning.
Nice to have you. Let's start with the bare basics. We're not huge soccer people here. Can you explain what the Leagues Cup is?
Yes, it's a tournament between Liga MX, the professional league in Mexico, and MLS. There's already a rivalry between U.S. and Mexico with the national teams. So their club teams and our club teams play a tournament. And now we're in the quarterfinals where there's top four MLS teams that finished in league play or in the Leagues Cup, and the 4 Mexican league teams that are in top 4 after playing 3 games. So now we're in a quarterfinals, 1 game and you're out.
And is this happening during the regular season of MLS soccer? I mean, does that have any impact on them going for the MLS Cup?
No. Listen, they both last year we had a month break and they took away the league play, so it's just tournament. But the problem was once you got knocked out, if you got knocked out early, you had 2 weeks, basically a vacation of practice time. So it kind of broke the rhythm. This year they switched it up, which is better. So they played the first week, they played the first 3 games, and then they went back to league play. So much better schedule. No, this has nothing to do with MLS. This is just an extra tournament that MLS and Liga MX put together.
Marcelo, I said we're not huge soccer people here in this room, but of course we have plenty of soccer fans in town. What do opposing teams think when they are coming to Lumen Field? What's the reputation of Lumen?
Oh, you know what? One, it's hard to play on the turf because a lot of teams don't play on the turf. So that's an advantage already for Seattle. The crowd, people talk about how big the crowd is and how loud they are and how they get behind their team. So there's a lot of difficulty when you come into Lumen Field to play against a team like Seattle, plus the fact that Brian Schmetzer has got his team over the last, let's just say, 8 years, 10 years, as one of the most consistent teams in MLS. They won Champions League, CONCACAF Champions League. So there's a lot of, when you think about coming into Lumen Field and playing Seattle.
We're speaking with Marcelo Balboa. And Marcelo, when I did a little research on this interview, I think the proper term, Manda, Marcelo's a stud.
Oh, totally.
Your playing career
and you have the hair to prove it.
Your playing career is remarkable. You were on the U.S. men's national team in a lot of high-stakes matches over the years. So give us a preview of the World Cup coming up. What that means, Seattle's going to have like 6 matches here. What does that mean for our area?
That means I'll be there watching the games in Seattle because I love Seattle. Listen, 94, there was no expectations when we played in the World Cup. It was the first time the U.S. was ever going to host the event. And a lot of people weren't sure what was going to happen because we're not known as a soccer country. We're football, we're baseball, we're basketball, we're hockey. So that was the first time I think we opened up people's eyes in 94. Now we've got guys playing in the best leagues, the best teams all over the world. So I think now the expectations is quarterfinal or it's a failure. So simple as that. Soccer has grown so much, and especially when we talk about what Seattle, and I won't mention the other team down the road from you guys because I know the Seattle people get upset. But what you guys have done in that area for soccer and how much it's grown, it's going to be huge. It's the biggest sporting event in the world for a reason. And people in the United States are going to see why it's the biggest sporting event in the world.
For people who haven't followed soccer at all, going to a match is so much different than watching it on TV. I went to my first one last season. It was a blast.
People, you know what it is people always give, well, it's not very high scoring. Well, I guess we could do the same thing as the NFL, score 1 touchdown and give you 6 points. I don't know. I mean, you get a goal, maybe we give you 4 points. It's the silliest thing. It is the most beautiful game in the world. Where do you see guys running full speed, being able to dribble the ball with their feet, not with their hands, not catch, not throw, with their feet, and the way they move the ball, the way they pass the ball, the way they're dribbling. It's getting, it's getting bigger and bigger. MLS, like I said, we're 30 years with 30 franchises. Everybody else's league around the world is about 75 years old. We're 30 years old. So we've made huge strides. But here in the United States, it's picking up. And that's what we wanted. We wanted a solid foundation, and we have it.
Okay. And do we know what teams are going to be playing in the Seattle area for the World Cup, or is it still way too early to tell?
No. Everybody's still waiting. They haven't. Not all the teams have qualified yet. I think there's only like 10 teams that have qualified. Over the next, I believe, between now and December, January, we'll have a full boat. Of December, we'll have a full boat of everybody that's qualified. They'll go back into qualifying here soon. And then they'll have a draw. I believe it's in Las Vegas. And then we'll find out what the groups are. Then you'll find out what game Seattle will get.
Marcelo Balboa, former U.S. men's national team player and broadcaster for the MLS. Marcelo, thank you.
Nice to have you today.
Thank you for having me, guys. Appreciate it.
For your KIRO Newsradio forecast, mix of clouds and sun today, especially if you're further east. Highs will be in the low 70s. Right now, it's about 58 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, G. Scott with his takeaways from Friday's Seahawks preseason game. I'm Katrina Kashard. You're listening to KIRO Newsradio.
Goodbye, baseball. Home runs in 3 consecutive games. Cal Raleigh, the big number. The Mariners postseason push is on, and there's a whole new way to be part of the action. Introducing the Homestretch Flex Plan, a $500 membership that gives you the freedom to choose your games and seats for the rest of the season, all while saving 5% on tickets and no fees.
Strike three call, triple digits to end it and complete the sweep.
You can use your credit however you want. Go big with club seats for a couple high-stakes showdowns, or stretch it out into the final series against the Dodgers. And the best part? Homestretch Flex members get priority access to our postseason presale. That means you're first in line when October comes calling. The team is locked in.
J.P. Crawford! Game winner, walk-off fashion in the ninth inning.
And now it's time to bring the energy down the stretch. Come on board today at mariners.com/homestretch. Mariners baseball. Try dance up.
Hey, it's Lori from Guardian Roofing, Gutters, and Insulation. Think insulation is only for the winter? Think again. Upgrading attic insulation is a popular and cost-effective way to make your home more energy efficient. It's your secret weapon for staying cool in the summer, slashing utility bills, and boosting your home's air quality while keeping mold at bay. Need an attic overhaul or thinking about new insulation? Look no further. Guardian has your back. Call now and save $299 off attic ceiling and insulation, or visit us at guardianroofing.com.
Ron is a musician.
Guitar is my love, and the thought of losing that ability was devastating.
You see, Ron was suffering from osteoarthritis.
I was starting to have pain, especially in my right thumb. I had gone to an orthopedic specialist, and they were coming up with options like fusing the joints together.
That's when Ron decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine, for stem cell therapy.
The results are astounding. I couldn't have imagined it working as effectively as it has.
You'd recommend this to other people?
Oh, wholeheartedly. I am quite the fan of the stem cell therapy.
So whether it's a shoulder, hip, knee, or even your thumb, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
I'm singing from rooftops. Go see Dr. Wagner.
Wellness. How do you practice it easily every day? At Olympic Hot Tub, we have more ways to achieve total wellness at home than ever before. Immerse yourself and let jets melt stress away in a saltwater hot spring spa. Swim in the privacy of your own backyard in an endless pool swim spa. Retreat to cozy warmth and detox in an amazing Tilo sauna. Then awaken your mind and body with a cold plunge. You'll be saying, ah, in no time. Your path to wellness starts today at Olympic Hot Tub. Better you, better life.
Bathfitter just hit a big milestone, 42,000 installations in Western Washington. To celebrate, Bathfitter's offering payments as low as $125 a month. Ursula Royteen here. I chose Bathfitter Northwest because they work here, they live here, and they love making bathrooms better for their neighbors. Custom fit tub and shower solutions are installed in as little as 1 day, and every installation is backed by a lifetime warranty. Call Bathfitter or visit bathfitternw.com to schedule a free consultation. This special offer won't last.
Help create a future with no more drunk driving victims. Join Molly Shen and the Davis Law Group for Move with MAD, September 13th at Red Square, Central Plaza on the UW campus. Move with MAD raises awareness and funds to help end drunk driving and prevent underage drinking. Every step taken and every dollar raised can help keep our families and communities safe. Sign up to walk or join the team at madwashington.com. Move with MAD, September 13th on the UW campus. Register today.
Looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get the same breakthrough one-day treatment I received at Advanced Hair during their once yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during their best offer of the year. For details and a free consultation, call 425-449-8185, advancedhair.com.
AAA asked me if I would change my name from Sir Mix-a-Lot to Sir Mix-a-Lot. I said, why would I do that? They said, you're more than just a rapper. You're a car collector. You're a businessman. You're an inventor. Just like AAA is more than just towing. They have awesome travel advisors and insurance agents. And they got 3 A's in their name. Maybe I should change my name. Give me 3 A's. Mix, A, mix, A. When I say mix, give me 3 A's. Mix, A.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. Available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
KIRO News Radio has your chance to win 4 tickets to the Seahawks season opener, Sunday, September 7th. Open the KIRO Radio News app, click the Win tab in the bottom right corner, and enter to win. You can enter once per day, so the more times you enter through the KIRO News Radio app, the better your odds will be. Do it every day, August 19th through the 25th. Details and rules at mynorthwest.com/win. From the station where the 12s hear the Hawks, KIRO News Radio. KIRO News Radio, 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. I'm Katrina Gashard. The White House says President Trump spoke with AGs with Russia's Vladimir Putin yesterday after his meeting with Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky and several European allies. The group got the president to agree to security guarantees for Ukraine. CBS's Nancy Cordes now says there's a push to have the two leaders meet.
Trump did agree with European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen that the return of an estimated 20,000 Ukrainian children kidnapped by Russia at the start of the war should be a top priority.
Every single child has to go back to its family.
But Trump remained lukewarm Monday on the need for a ceasefire, even as the Europeans insisted there must be an immediate end to Russia's daily bombings before serious peace talks can begin.
The Kremlin says the call between Trump and Putin lasted about 45 minutes yesterday. And we're getting local reaction to the effort to end the war between Russia and Ukraine.
I'm Jillian Raftery. Born and raised in Ukraine, Boris Lebeda fled in 2022 with his wife and 4 boys, now living in Kirkland. He says there's only one way his family will be safe to return.
No matter which deals will be signed with Russia, it only can be guaranteed by force. Russia has already signed documents in 1997 and 2001. It just doesn't work.
They're not going to stop until they get everything.
Of course.
President Trump has offered security guarantees, but has not said what those will be.
Meantime, Washington Governor Bob Ferguson is pushing back against U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi. Last week, she wrote Ferguson a letter saying Washington had been identified as a sanctuary jurisdiction that thwarts federal immigration enforcement. Ferguson said in a post on X, Washington state has no intention of changing our values in the face of threats from the Trump administration. Ferguson will have a press conference today at 12:15. Meantime, the search continues for the suspect behind a deadly shooting at a Federal Way apartment complex Monday morning. KIRO 7 TV's Jason Sloss has details.
Around 7:30, 911 calls went out after shots were fired at the Shores Apartments on 3rd Place Southwest. This neighbor says she didn't hear the gunfire, but she heard the commotion that followed.
I just heard the lady screaming. She was screaming that she needs help.
Officers arrived and found a 43-year-old man shot in the chest. Police and paramedics tried to save that man, but he died at the scene. Police say the shooter ran off, but is known to those in the apartment where this happened.
A driver had to be rescued after their car ended up wedged under a semi-truck Monday in Kent. KIRO News Radio's Frank Lindsay has details.
The purple car and the semi collided near South 224th Street and 83rd Avenue South. Crews had to use special equipment to cut the driver out of the car so they could be taken to the hospital. They were treated for what are described as moderate injuries.
No word yet on what caused the crash. By the way, you can see those photos at mynorthwest.com. And Seattle's busiest food bank is about to get a major upgrade. Rainier Valley Food Bank opens its new building September 7th. It's a 2-story, 11,000 square foot space built on the site of an old mortuary. The food bank was bought for $2.7 million back in 2021. The new facility cost $17 million, most of it raised through grants and donations. For more than 20 years, the food bank operated out of a tiny 1,200 square foot space. And now to your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. We've got a crash on southbound I-5 near exit 189, so prepare for some delays there. Otherwise, Tacoma to Seattle about 30 minutes, Redmond to Seattle 31, Everett to Bellevue about 28. For your forecast, we've got a mix of clouds and sun today, especially if you're a little further east. Highs will be in the low 70s. Right now, it's about 58 in downtown Seattle. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with a KIRO Newsradio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO Newsradio, Northwest News. Seattle's morning news. Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime on mynorthwest.com.
G. Scott from the G and Ursula Show, and of course the Reset podcast, which you can find on mynorthwest.com, is here. YouTube. Okay, G, you are here.
Can we introduce you, please?
What we don't need to introduce is Steve Rabel. If you heard him on Friday night,
fire.
He was on fire. So excited listening to that game. What are some of your takeaways?
Down goes Frazier. Down goes Frazier. Down goes Frazier. The
Awesome.
Seahawks win over Kansas City on Friday night. Ooh-wee. Man, it was like a first date. And then afterwards you say, hey, let's do this again. It was big plays. It was big energy. It was a statement that is made. Friday night in Lumen Field was so electric. Manda, it was like a Red Hot Chili Peppers concert in the mid-90s. I'm talking about it was going down like 4 flat tires. Listen.
And it was preseason. I mean, I've been going to games for years.
Hey,
you don't get that kind of crowd for preseason.
Preseason, regular season, no season, we needed that. I mean, it's like having a real good first date and everything goes right. And she's like, but it's only a first date. I don't care. It was good. And that's what happened. All right. So here's what happened.
Did you have fun?
No. So I've had a few days to analyze why me and every other Seahawk fan was so happy. Here's why. I had realized that was the first time that the Seahawks had been dominant over another football team in like a couple years.
I mean, there was no question.
I mean,
That first drive was like, what?
That first try, it was a 10-play drive, 81 yards, run, pass, run, boom. Sam Darnold goes 4 for 4. He was perfect, like Charlie in a marriage. You know what I mean? I'm talking about.
Where's Ingrid?
And Kansas City has a great defense. I mean, their defensive coordinator, Steve Spagnuolo, is like well-renowned as one of the best. So that was really encouraging to see.
Now, y'all know me. I like to when I'm right about something, I get a chance. And I hit up David Burbank this weekend, and I said on Friday, what did I tell you guys that we would be talking about today?
It was just electric.
The run game.
The running back.
Yeah.
And the running back, baby. They ran that thing 48 times. So, again, we'll see. They'll head on this week. They'll head over to the Green Bay Packers. They'll finish up the preseason, play in their third preseason. And coming up, week 1, the 49ers. Yeah. And to which I sent a text to one of them 49er coaches, and to which I said, good luck, buddy, when y'all come in town.
Bring it.
Look, man, I'm telling you, it was 68,000 on Friday night. Like, you can tell there's a lot of people it's like that relationship that you just begging for that person to stop going out on Friday nights. That's what the Seahawks fans were like. They were like, yes, I want to be back in this relationship again. Hey, all is right in the world.
Gee, I want to bring up my dad. Back in the late 80s, early 90s, I remember talking to him about how exciting the Seahawks were in the preseason. I think they had only lost one. Maybe they went undefeated.
Yeah.
And he looks at me and he goes, son, Winning in the preseason is like kissing your sister. It doesn't count.
Gross.
Wait. I mean, damn, Charlie.
I'm just saying we have won a really important game. This is a really big game.
Rain on the parade, Charlie.
I'm just saying, does this carry over into the regular season or no?
Man, listen, bro, this ain't Kentucky. This is state of Washington. We got a chance over here. Get a little something. Look, it is what it is. I liked what I saw. The play calling from Clint Kubiak was beautiful. I asked a question on Friday. I said, Manda was here, and these guys were here. I said, can Sam Darnold drive this team down the field and score with a field goal or a touchdown first? Yeah. We'll see. He did that.
Yes, he did. You were right.
Yeah.
Coming up, we'll have some national headlines. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
KIRO News Radio, the Northwest's trusted news source.
Get the latest from KIRO News Radio's James Lynch.
It happened Wednesday morning just after 6 o'clock.
Experienced voices you trust.
Several people hurt after a violent Saturday in Pierce County.
Coverage you depend on.
More from KIRO News Radio's Matt Markovich.
It's as close to a veto warning as you could possibly get.
KIRO News Radio. We're on YouTube, our app, your smart speaker, and 97.3 FM.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls? I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
CBS News Brief. The Kremlin says a meeting between Vladimir Putin and Volodymyr Zelensky will need to be prepared very thoroughly after President Trump vowed the U.S. would be involved in protecting Ukraine post-war during yesterday's White House meeting. CBS's Jared Hill.
Part of those security guarantees could mean putting peacekeeping troops on the ground in Ukraine. President Trump later indicated that European allies would take the lead in coordination with the U.S.
The union representing striking Air Canada flight attendants says it's reached a tentative contract agreement. That means new hope for passengers like Andrew Dixon, stranded at New York's LaGuardia.
I'm trying to get back home to London.
Hopefully I'm going to get back, but we'll see, I guess.
Warnings going out along East Coast beaches as Hurricane Erin stirs up rough surf and dangerous rip currents. Captain Ed Schneider in Wildwood, New Jersey.
You will not be allowed in the water because we have treacherous conditions.
CBS News Brief. I'm Deborah Rodriguez.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast, mix of clouds and sun today, especially if you're a bit further east. Highs will be in the low 70s right now. It's about 58 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, Crime and Punishment, our weekly check-in with Casey McNerthy at the King County Prosecutor's Office. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
I was drafted in 1999 by the Philadelphia 76ers, and that was just absolutely a dream come true.
Todd's playing in the NBA is unique. His battle with neuropathy is not.
I first started noticing problems a couple years into my NBA career, and I felt like my sock was just balled up right in the arch of my foot, and there'd be areas of burning and tingling, and then there'd be other areas of deadness where there would be no response to touch. We tried everything possible from surgery to different drugs to try and take care of some of the symptoms.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, non-drug, pain-free procedures that have helped thousands of neuropathy sufferers find relief.
Now I'm able to spend more time doing the things that I enjoy, being on my feet.
If you experience numbness, shooting, or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
If you want that summer body you've always dreamed of, then this message is for you, ladies, and you men too. Get rid of extra stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin around the waistline, chin, and under the upper arms with ProSculpt, the new one-day instant permanent fat removal and skin tightening treatment. Maybe you've tried the lasers, fat freezing methods, even those new pills, but without the desired results. ProSculpt is different. It's minimally invasive, performed while fully awake, gentle yet powerful. Designed to target the waistline, chin, neck, arms, and thighs, ProSculpt uses FDA-cleared plasma technology to deliver immediate, permanent fat-reducing and skin-tightening results, all in just one visit. If you want that summer body this summer, then you must act now. Go to ProSculpt.com today to schedule your free consultation. Get $250 off. For instant, permanent fat reduction and skin tightening, visit ProSculpt.com.
There are 6 markets you can place your money in. Research suggests it's better to have exposure to all 6 markets. Don't miss a potential opportunity because you didn't strategically diversify your assets. Hi, Jeff here with Madrona Financial and CPAs. Request your no-cost Madrona analysis today and discover what you may be missing in your portfolio. Call 833-673-7373 right now to request your analysis. That's 833-673-7373.
Seattle's tradition for news and conversation. This is Seattle's Morning News with Charlie Harger and Manda Factor.
It's time to catch up with Casey McNerthy of the King County Prosecutor's Office for Crime and Punishment.
Casey, there was a shooting Saturday night at Golden Gardens Park. What do we know?
Not a whole lot yet. Seattle police arrested a guy who was 22, and then on Sunday they said that they released him pending further investigation. So that means that it hasn't come to prosecutors yet, although I'm sure if it does, the prosecutors would review it right away. It may still be under investigation with police. The short answer is when you hear that from police, it means there's more to the story.
How unusual is it to take someone into custody but then not file charges, especially when it's a shooting like this?
It can mean a number of things. It can mean either that the investigation is still ongoing, that they might be looking at somebody else, and it might be self-defense. There might be other factors. It's relatively rare, but it happens from time to time.
Do we know what started this?
I'm not sure. It wouldn't surprise me if we find out more in the coming days or weeks from SPD, but not yet.
Also in the headlines, I caught this while I was on the Oregon coast. This has made national headlines. It's jewelry store robbery. Manda, this is Menashe?
Yeah, a pillar of the community. Been there forever. They're the ones who deck out their house on Alki for Christmas, and everybody knows the Menashe family.
And Casey, it sounds like $2 million of gear, of jewelry was stolen in a matter of minutes.
Yeah. Really under 2 minutes over in West Seattle. It's just such a scary case. That one is still with police investigators. It hasn't been sent to prosecutors yet, but I'm sure that every day since Thursday when it happened, there have been Seattle police investigators who have been working on it. And one thing that prosecutors do is anytime around the clock when they need something, even if it's 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. or, anytime on a weekend or holiday, whenever it is, prosecutors can get a search warrant in front of a judge to say, hey, we're trying to get somebody's social media or cell phone or any number of things that you might want to search, or a car if it gets pulled over. And the reason for that is you want to get the information as quickly as possible. I'm sure that Seattle police are looking pretty closely at this one, and that in the next few days or weeks, we'll find out much more. When that case is referred to us, this would be certainly a high priority case. And then when charges are filed, that's when you get the narrative to say, okay, here's exactly the timeline. So it's unsatisfying now, but I'm sure it will be more reassuring when you find out what work is being done kind of as we speak.
There is very clear and quite shocking surveillance video of this at Menashe Brothers Jewelers. Any idea who these guys are?
We haven't heard yet, but it wouldn't surprise me if they do know. The thing about this is you're going to get caught eventually. It seems so bizarre that people would think that they can get away with it in a digital age where there's so much video. And even if you cover your face, there's still ways that investigators can find things. And so we don't have a lot of answers now, but that's because it's such an active case.
We have talked in the past, Casey, about how prosecutors go out to the scene of, for example, homicides. When it comes to the Golden Gardens case or the Menashe case, is that the sort of thing prosecutors go out to, or, for lack of a better word, does someone need to be dead for them to go out?
Close to dead is the way to say it. And the Golden Gardens case, the guy was in serious condition and it was expected to survive, so we didn't get the call in the moment. It usually what happens, like with the jewelry store robbery, is because luckily there weren't physical injuries in that one, prosecutors didn't go to that scene, but I'm sure that our special operations unit, which handles those immediate search warrants, was on the phone right away. And so even though they're not at the scene, they're certainly in contact.
There was a long investigation, Casey, that Bellevue police did into organized retail theft from Lululemon. Where does that case stand today?
So the person who was charged was found guilty as charged to multiple counts, to 4 different counts, and then also pleaded to possession of stolen property and theft, and 1 additional count of organized retail theft. She'll be sentenced on Friday, so we'll see what the judge hands down for her this week.
What kind of sentence does this person face?
It'll be years, likely, although it's ultimately up to the judge. But for property crime like that, somewhere in the range of close to 2 to 3 years, which is a lot of leggings from Lululemon to be able to get to that point.
I know this is a property crime, but this is also something about quality of life.
Absolutely.
And give us an idea of what Prosecutor Mannion, why she takes it so seriously.
Well, there's a number of reasons. You can't have people rip off stores over and over and expect to get away with it. That's the bottom line. And the idea that, that's a big corporation, sure, but those prices get passed on to consumers. And you don't feel safe in your community if you see people routinely, like I think we all have, ripping off a store or Lululemon or the Bartels or the CVS. Also, the hard part is that very often can escalate to violence.
I have to ask, we do a segment every week on crime and punishment, and yet we're still being told crime is down. Is that true?
Well, there's 2 answers to that. Yes, on paper, but it doesn't feel that way.
No, it doesn't.
Especially when you have cases like Golden Gardens and the jewelry store robbery. I don't think that anybody is saying, hey, it's mission accomplished. What Sean Barnes as a police chief, or Lisa Mannion as a King County prosecutor, or Mayor Harrell would say is the numbers are down, but the work's got to continue. You're only as safe as you feel. And we totally hear it because the 3rd quarter of the year is always the busiest for shootings. The better the weather is, the more the crime goes up, which sounds odd. And I think people get tired, of hearing, oh, crime is down, everything's good. But it doesn't feel that way. That's not very satisfying.
And is there anything to the argument from the Seattle Police Officers Guild when they say, crime really isn't down, it's just that we have fewer cops, and so there are fewer resources in order to be able to go after it. Therefore, fewer cases are going to your office, Casey?
Well, there's really 2 answers to that one. One is, I don't think that there's any cops who would have a felony case and say, well, we're not going to send this because we don't want to do the work on it. They'll find a way to get that case to us. I don't think they would have the evidence of a felony and not send it to us. The other part is you absolutely need more resources. And that's something that I think each elected leader, who we named here, and certainly our office would support too, because you've got to have not only people to respond to those 911 calls, like the union's saying, but also folks to back it up on the detective end to make sure that those cases do get to prosecutors.
Yeah, important to know that your office handles felonies, not necessarily the misdemeanors that get sent to the Seattle City Attorney.
Yep, exactly.
All right, Casey McNerney, Crime and Punishment. Thank you, Casey.
It's great to see you both.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast, a mix of clouds and sun today, especially if you're a bit further east. Highs will be in the low 70s. Right now, it's about 58 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, Seattle's Morning News with Charlie Harger and Manda Factor. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
The G and Ursula Show.
There are topics that we bring up. Guns, climate change.
Weekdays 9 to noon.
And when you get to those topics, and everybody's going to go crazy. People who feel
that they can't do anything.
Exactly.
Are you willing to drive any less than you do?
Hell
Are you willing
no.
to? Man, you didn't even hesitate. On
no,
other people
I'm not
to
getting
do
on
the public.
I got to get to where I got to get to.
When I'm retired, I want to rely on public transit. I want to be the one that takes light rail.
No, you don't, Ursula. You don't want to be worried about walking down the street.
Watch live on YouTube and the KIRO Newsradio app.
Looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get the same breakthrough one-day treatment I received at Advanced Hair during their once yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during their best offer of the year. For details and a free consultation, call 425-449-8185, advancedhair.com.
Hey, we've got Wes Jones here of sellwithwes.com. Wes, what if I'm a home seller, but I've got a unique property? Maybe I have a lot of acreage or a horse pasture or a castle and a moat or a house with some sort of unique design. Can you help with that?
If you've got something like that, I definitely want to hear from you guys. Working with unique properties is one of my favorite things to do in real estate. And the reason why is I get to utilize my full arsenal of marketing techniques. We can do aerial photography, we can do video walkthroughs, we can do actual video, we can do target marketing. But one of the unique things that I can do that other realtors don't is some of the access to other media that I can advertise your properties in. The local blogs, Seattle Times, King 5, all of my properties have been featured on programs like those.
That's Wes Jones of sellwithwes.com. He's sold a ton of unique properties, and he can sell yours too. Sellwithwes.com, sellwithwes.com, a better way to sell your home.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, Northwest News.
Chris Domine is a husband and a father. Chris is an athlete. Chris is even an Iron Man. But 10 years ago, Chris was facing a very different story because his kidneys were failing.
Basically, the doctor said, if you don't get a kidney transplant and if you don't do dialysis, you are going to die.
Fortunately, Chris received a second chance at life, made possible by an organ donor.
You know, your well-being changes from loss of hope to better times ahead.
More than 100 million people in America are registered organ, eye, and tissue donors. People of every age and ethnicity, because they believe it's the right thing to do. Imagine what you can make possible by leaving behind the gift of life. Learn more and sign up as an organ, eye, and tissue donor. Go to organdonor.gov. A message from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Health Resources and Services Administration.
Yikey Wawa.
What?
My hot water.
Yeah?
Not so hot.
Water heater trouble?
It's not working.
We can fix that.
This week?
How about today?
Apollo Plumbing really is ready right now.
Especially when it comes to water heater replacement.
Think I need a new one?
Is it more than 10 years old?
It is.
Probably so.
Doesn't heat like it used to.
It runs out?
All the time.
That's a warning sign.
Uh-oh.
So are little leaks.
But Apollo can get me a new one?
Installed today by our clean screen trained and trusted plumbers. They're water heater experts. experts.
But I probably got to pay a rush fee.
No extra charge.
You make this too easy.
We'll even haul off the old one.
A new water heater.
Same day. That's the Apollo Plumbing way.
This is going to get my budget in hot water.
Got you covered there, too.
How?
Our available payment plans.
I don't have to wait?
Or take cold showers.
You are a lifesaver.
Call us this morning. You'll have hot water today.
That's the Apollo Plumbing way.
ApolloPlumbing.com.
Do you need glasses or contacts and you're now at the age where you also need readers? K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to eliminate the need for all those. Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision. Andy, for those nearing age 50 or so, refractive lens exchange can be a great alternative to LASIK.
That's right, Joe. K2 Vision RLE is a terrific permanent solution for a lifetime of great vision. The older we get, we experience the dysfunction of our natural lens, which affects both distance vision and requires the use of reading glasses. Plus, after K2 Vision RLE, you will never develop a cataract.
And like LASIK, K2 Vision RLE is quick and painless. The question is, which procedure is right for you?
After replacing more than 100,000 failing lenses, we have the experience to tell you if it's your right time for RLE.
Schedule your free Zoom consultation with us about K2 Vision RLE to get your eyes seeing young again, permanently.
Go to k2visionrle.com, k2visionrle.com.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. President Trump is waiting to see what happens next after his summit with Vladimir Putin and yesterday's White House meeting with Volodymyr Zelensky and EU leaders at the White House.
I hope President Putin is going to be good, and if he's not, it's going to be a rough situation. And I hope that President Zelensky will do what he has to do. He has to show some flexibility also.
The president on Fox today. Correspondent Holly Williams has been speaking with people in Kyiv.
If Zelensky makes territorial concessions as part of a ceasefire deal, permanently giving parts of Ukraine to Russia, some here will see it as weak or foolish. Too many people have suffered and died, said this woman in Kyiv. Did they die for nothing and will give away land?
New hope for Air Canada passengers like Andrew Dixon, who've been stuck at airports across the U.S. since flight attendants went on strike Saturday. I'm trying to get back home to London. Hopefully I'm going to get back, but we'll see, I guess. The union says it's reached a tentative contract agreement, and the airline says it'll begin resuming flights tonight. Air Canada says it could take 10 days to get all service up and running again. One of the main issues resolved, paying flight attendants for work they perform while planes are on the ground. Oklahoma has a new plan to test applicants from 2 other states for teaching jobs.
Oklahoma Public School Superintendent Ryan Walters says the test is designed to safeguard against what he calls radical leftist ideology. Applicants from New York and California will have to take the test. Walters says it will make sure they understand American exceptionalism and grasp the fundamental biological differences between boys and girls. Critics call it a MAGA loyalty test that will scare away applicants, as Oklahoma faces a severe shortage of teachers. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Locals feared the worst when a cargo ship caught fire last night near the scene of last year's Key Bridge collapse in Baltimore Harbor.
We heard a really loud explosion. We turn around and there's like a 200-foot plume of smoke.
City fire officials say all 23 people on board the W. Sapphire are accounted for, none injured. The cause of the blast is under investigation. A new warning about the latest toy craze, those fuzzy little Labubu dolls. The Consumer Product Safety Commission says some of the fakes flooding the market can easily break apart and pose a choking hazard to little kids. CBS's Kelly O'Grady.
Real Labubus, they feature a holographic sticker with a scannable QR code that links to the Pop Mart website. Also count the teeth. Authentic ones have 9.
Dow futures are up 101. S&P futures down 2. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. We offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today.
It's 6:03 on a Tuesday morning, and we're off to a busy start. Here's Sully with traffic.
Definitely off to the races today. We are looking at a crash on northbound I-5 just after 188. As you start working your way down the hill to South Center towards 405, we've got the right lane blocked there and backing up pretty quickly. 30 minutes already to South Center and 50 all the way from Federal Way to Seattle. Looking at the Valley Freeway, a little bit better situation. We've got about a 40-minute trip for you guys, and then Renton to Bellevue is under 20. Olympia to Tacoma, no issues for you guys. Coming down from the north end, we had a little crash in the right-hand side of southbound I-5. Approaching 526 at South Everett. That's over on the shoulder now. We've got about a 40-minute trip from Everett to Seattle, Everett to Bellevue. The lake bridges are good. Now to some of the outlying issues, which will have some impact. Westbound I-90, basically closed at Hyack, just east of the summit. That's because of a rolled semi. It's going to be there a while. You're getting by barely on the shoulder. And for our good friends down in Enumclaw and Buckley, you got a rough day coming ahead. The White River Bridge remains closed, 410 there. Big time detour in place, and we'll be talking about that all morning throughout the news. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from Eastlake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
58 and cloudy as we start off the day. It's 6:04. Today is the day to comply with the federal immigration enforcement in our state, or else.
That's what U.S. Attorney General Pamela Bondi told Governor Bob Ferguson last week, and today, Ferguson pushes back.
KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is here with a preview of a press conference the governor will hold today. Luke?
Charlie, the message from the Attorney General is pretty clear here. She made it again on Fox News just last night.
You better comply or you're next. If they don't comply with this, Larry, we're going to work with our other agencies to cut off their federal funding. We are going to send in law enforcement just like we did during the L.A. riots, just like we're doing here in Washington, D.C.
Bondi sent letters to 32 mayors in 7 states, including Washington, last week. Basically, the message is comply or risk serious consequence, including possible criminal prosecution. Well, yesterday, Governor Ferguson fired back on social media saying he is not changing a thing. Today, we could hear something similar from him to what he said at a press conference in February where he cited the Keep Washington Working Act.
State and local officials, including law enforcement, may not share non-public information about an individual's immigration status in a non-criminal matter, except as required by federal law or court order.
And here is what that law is really designed to do.
In short, the law ensures that the president cannot commandeer our state and local resources.
So if Ferguson doesn't comply and he says, forget it, and we lose federal funding, what happens next?
If necessary, we will see the president in court if he attempts to block this funding.
All right, we'll see. The press conference, or should we call it a showdown at high noon? I mean, I'm just saying, we're out west. It is, Ferguson will give Bondi his final answer at a press conference at 12:15 today.
Thanks for the update, Luke. It's 6:06 now. President Trump says he will lead a movement to end mail-in voting, claiming without providing evidence, those ballots lead to voter fraud.
KIRO 7 TV's Gary Horker took a look at mail-in voting in our state.
Here in King County, we have long proven that vote-by-mail elections are accurate, they're secure, and most importantly, they're accessible to our voters.
Haley Watkins with King County Elections not only defended voting by mail for its proven security in King County, she also questioned whether his proposal to change it would even be possible.
So we're going to start with an executive order that's being written right now by the best lawyers in the country to end mail-in ballots.
As Watkins pointed out, the Congress and U.S. Constitution actually put all voting in elections in the firm control of every state, and only Congress can override that.
We're getting local reaction to the effort to end the war between Russia and Ukraine.
The outcome of this war will be decided on the battlefield, not in the diplomacy.
Boris Lebeda fled the conflict with his family, now lives in Kirkland. He says giving up land to Russia will only buy temporary peace and set a permanent global precedent.
This will be disaster not just for Ukraine, but also for any other democratic force. Because after that, it will be very difficult to negotiate that border should be kept the same.
President Trump says the U.S. is working on security guarantees to back up a potential deal.
keeping you informed since 1974.
This is the city's longest-running radio news show.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
Good to have you here. Tuesday, August 19th.
Where is this month going?
August 19th.
It's almost back to school time.
Yeah. We did some back to school shopping this week.
I'm done.
Yeah.
Thank heavens.
Yeah. Well, I'm Charlie. That's Amanda. Sully is here. You're a busy guy this morning. You have a kind of a grab bag in your choke points this morning.
Yeah, kind of a combination of things. We've got closed bridges, we've got closed freeways, and we've got news that construction isn't going away anytime soon on our roadways. So
okay. That'll be coming up at 6:15. Look forward to that. Producer David is here. Katrina's out in the newsroom. She is our editor today. And Nick Kreisha is in the control room running the board and picking the music.
And this hour of Seattle's Morning News is sponsored by American Crawl Space and Pest Control.
And coming up this hour of the show, not only do we hear from Sully, but we'll also have your personal finance update with Brian Evans at Madrona Financial Services.
It's 6:09. Seattle police are looking for a stabbing suspect after an attack under an overpass last night. KIRO 7 TV's Elle Thomas has details.
This happened just before 10 on Whedon Place Northeast in the Green Lake neighborhood. The victim was found stabbed in the neck and arm. They are at Harborview right now in serious condition. The suspect ran away before officers arrived. If you have information, give police a call.
Seattle's police chief was just yards away when a jewelry store was robbed in broad daylight. According to Jason Rance on Seattle Red, Chief Sean Barnes was eating lunch nearby as 4 masked thieves hit Menashe & Sons Jewelers last week, stole $2 million of goods in 90 seconds. Surveillance video shows them smashing display cases, blocking the entrance. The robbers even parked in front of the chief's SUV during the heist. SPD says Barnes and his security detail didn't realize what was happening.
The suspect accused of shooting a man in a wheelchair along the Seattle waterfront pleaded not guilty yesterday. Gregory Tim is charged with first-degree assault. Prosecutors say he accused Navy veteran Harold Powell, who is confined to a wheelchair, of stolen valor. Police say during the argument, Powell pulled out a knife and an airsoft gun. That's when Tim shot the victim in the chest. Tim is now being held on $750,000 bail.
We're learning more about Brian Kohberger's time at Washington State University. Investigators say students and faculty saw red flags long before the murders in Idaho.
One professor apparently even warned her colleagues that Kohberger might one day stalk or abuse students. That warning came months before he killed 4 students in Moscow. The Idaho State Police released hundreds of pages of documents last week. They include interviews with people who say Kohberger made women uncomfortable. One faculty member said he would block office doors so female grad students couldn't leave. Kohberger was sentenced last month to life in prison without parole. He murdered 4 students, including Ethan Chapin of Skagit County in 2022, inside a rental home near the University of Idaho.
11 insurance companies are suing Burlington Northern Santa Fe Railway over a wildfire here in Washington that forced the evacuation of about 1,000 people. Here's KIRO News Radio's Frank Lindsay.
They claim BNSF caused the Tunnel 5 fire near White Salmon in July of 2023. That fire burned more than 500 acres and destroyed 10 homes. KIRO 7 reports the lawsuit says sparks from an old BNSF locomotive ignited dry brush. Investigators linked the fire to railroad operations. Insurers want to recover millions of dollars paid out in claims. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
At least 2 large fires shut down a stretch of I-90 near Cle Elum last night. It's not clear how they started, but it shut down the freeway between Easton and Ellensburg. Clint Dean is the Department of Transportation's incident response team. He's with them. He tells KIRO News Radio's John Curley he was out there fighting the fires.
I tried everything I could with all of the suppression equipment I had to put it out, but the winds just kept shifting on me.
Dean says it's possible sparks flew from a vehicle with a broken axle, igniting those flames.
There's also a small earthquake in western Washington last night, 7:15 in the evening, north of Forks, magnitude 3.7. Deep epicenter, about 26 miles down in the Strait of Juan de Fuca. People felt it from ocean shores all the way up to Vancouver, BC.
I didn't, did you?
I know.
Darn it.
No. Sound asleep.
It's 6:12. It's time for a check on the weather. Brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. And KIRO 7 TV's Nick Allard is with us. Good morning.
Good morning. Nice morning. Now, it's interesting. If you pull up a satellite image right now, you could draw a line through about like Everett, Seattle, Tacoma, and Olympia. Along that line and west, you have more clouds. Along that line and east, you have more sunshine. So it just depends on where you are today. But to start the day, a lot of sunshine if you are east of the area, all right? So you're going to find around Seattle, Tacoma, and Olympia and east plenty of sunshine for a good part of your day. West of there, more clouds. So know that it is kind of an interesting start, but then you will see everybody getting increasing clouds this afternoon. So that front will slowly push east. Temps will be in the mid to upper 70s, around the same as yesterday. Call it, say, a partly cloudy day turning mostly cloudy. But again, you will have a decent amount of sunshine. Just have to expect to see the clouds increasing a little bit later today. May have a few sprinkles tomorrow morning. That's about all. And then we're just going to see increasing sunshine for the afternoon. Temps will be in the mid to upper 70s. And then I fully think you're just talking about sunshine the rest of the week. Morning clouds, afternoon sun Wednesday. And Thursday, it's just a little bit of that. And it's just 70s and 80s through the weekend, with pure goodness everywhere. Dare I say, goodness is in the offing. Dare I say, goodness abounds.
Well, we didn't have to dare you. You just said it.
I did. That's true. I wish I would have realized that.
Did you see the sunrise? Oh, my gosh.
It's
clouds
amazing.
are just bright, bright red. It's beautiful this morning.
Yep, I love it.
We are seeing some sunshine in Seattle. It's 60 right now.
Every 10 minutes, we check in with Sully as we find out what's going on in traffic.
Well, we have been a positive 10 minutes, really, because we've cleared a couple of crashes. The biggest one was northbound I-5 as you worked your way down towards South Center. We had the right lane blocked for a crash there just after 188th. It's now over on the right shoulder. Damage done, though. We're over 30 minutes to go from South Center into South Center from Federal Way, and about 50 minutes all the way. We also cleared the crash entirely on southbound I-5 as you made your way down towards 526 in South Everett. Still have about 45 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. Valley Freeway's not too bad, 45 minutes to run from end to end. However, you'll probably see a lot more company on 167 today because of the continued closure of SR 410 across the White River between Enumclaw and Buckley. Got a 38-mile detour to get around, and that puts a lot of people on 167.
Hey, you have a choke point. You're going to be talking about this. You're spoiling it.
Yeah, well, again, I'm just trying to help out our listeners as often as I can.
I'm
super serving our friends in Buckley.
Yes.
And Enumclaw. But yeah, we'll get to that in a minute. Olympia to Tacoma, nice and easy at 35 minutes. Rented to Bellevue is under 20. And we continue to work with the closure of westbound I-90 just east of Snoqualmie Pass. This is going to be with us, I would say, all day. It's a rolled semi. Barely getting by on the shoulder. Let me check for, no sponsor this time. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
It's 6:15. A toddler, a marble table, and a viral TikTok. KIRO Newsradio's Katrina Gashard is here to tell us about the internet's latest obsession.
Well, a New Jersey coffee shop drama has gone viral after a 3-year-old girl accidentally shattered a $1,600 marble table. The child's mom says she was basically held hostage until she handed over her credit card. With nearly 14 million views, the child's mom posted a video on TikTok shortly after on Sunday that ignited a debate over parenting, liability, and customer service.
I hear a loud bang, and I look, and my daughter, who was trying to push the table away from her, pushed it over. The owner said, "Wow, the table is almost $2,000. It's $1,600, so you can't leave until I have your license and a credit card." All she kept repeating was, "Our policy is you break it, you bought it."
The cafe has since apologized and removed all tables from its locations, but the internet is still heated over this you break it, you buy it policy. So where do you stand on this?
I think she should pay for it. Her kid broke something.
What?
Absolutely.
This is a table that's in a customer area.
Yeah. What?
That's just how things happen.
If I break something?
If you break something that is available to purchase, this was not a table that was available to purchase. This is just a
part
table.
of their property.
If I run into one of their
it's
delivery
an accident.
vehicles, I mean,
boy, I don't know. I'm torn.
That's why you have business insurance. I mean,
I was going to say, doesn't insurance cover it?
Yeah, who does the insurance go after? It's whoever caused it.
Yeah, I would say don't hold her hostage, but yeah, she should pay for it.
Okay, I understand why this is creating a firestorm on TikTok.
I'm loving all of this.
Thanks. Good. What do you think, Katrina?
Unfortunately, I think that she should pay for it, but I don't like the way they handled
so,
it.
Exactly.
So let me get this straight. I work at a restaurant. If I have a tray of glasses, a customer runs into me, all the glasses shatter. Is the customer responsible for paying for all those glasses?
I guess if you wanted to be a stickler about it, yeah. But if a...
Personally, I would offer as the customer, but
Yeah.
I wouldn't expect that they would come after me like that, right?
You guys are better than me, I guess. As a customer, I would think that was outrageous.
To be continued. It's 6:18.
Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Hey, oh, let's go.
Now, Choke Points with Chris Sullivan.
Presented by Carter Subaru.
The moral of the story is don't put a $1,600 table in your restaurant.
Thank you.
Okay,
Exactly.
I'm really struggling with this one. Okay, on to traffic. So, Sully, we survived your month of hell, and you told
Hey,
us...
it wasn't mine. Don't blame me for this.
That's what you called it, and you told us, we're done, we're done.
Yeah.
Well, no, we have more things coming up over the next few years. The construction cones are not going anywhere because construction season is kind of a year-round thing now.
Yeah, it's not really a season anymore. It wasn't all that long ago that when construction cones wouldn't show up until around April, and then they'd stick around till October, following the better weather. When the rain arrived, the work stopped. It's just not that way anymore. There are so many projects out there being done around the state that contractors can't really take a lot of time off, that is. WashDOT's Tom Pierce.
We have a lot of work to do, and really, we're going to start seeing more work happening during the winter.
You can dig and move dirt. You can clear out vegetation. You can lay concrete in cold weather as long as it's not consistently below 40 degrees. It's really only the paving and the striping that requires the good weather. So there's a lot you can do throughout the year. So don't expect those traffic cones to go away, especially on 405, where WashDOT is racing to get that widening project between Bellevue and Renton finished next year. In fact, Pierce says southbound 405 will be closed this weekend for that project.
We've got 2 weekend-long closures coming on I-405 in Renton. One will be the weekend of August 23rd and 24th. The next one will be in mid-September.
Southbound 405 will be closed between Sunset and SR 169 from Friday night until early Monday morning for this closure. And there are also some closures coming on I-5 south of Seattle.
We're also going to have a full closure on southbound I-5 down in Kent for a weekend, the last weekend of September. And that's going to be a bunch of panel replacement, fixing broken panels on the highway.
And of course, don't forget there are going to be several southbound I-5 weekend closures across the Ship Canal Bridge through the fall. We are still waiting to get the confirmation on those particular weekends. As of yet, I think they're trying to figure out exactly when the Huskies and the Seahawks are in town, or the Mariners as well, because they're going to be playing well into October.
Yeah,
so,
of course.
As we plan ahead. So
Thanks for the jinx, Sully.
So, just be prepared. We're not done, and it's really just a very limited amount of time that we don't do work anymore.
Well, there's some emergency work happening right now. I'm a guy who lives in the Lake Tapps area of Auburn, and 410 is a major part of where I drive around on the regular. What is going on here?
So we had a semi hit the White River Bridge yesterday morning, a little over height. This is the White River Bridge on SR 410 between Buckley and Enumclaw, so kind of right there at the north end of Buckley. It hit at least one beam, and they're not sure exactly how damaged it really is. They spent yesterday assessing. They're going to be back out there today.
Does
assessing.
not look good.
No, it does not. I'm not to give you a Skagit River vibe.
Oh, goodness.
Because where we hit several of those overheads, this one, at least one, was hit pretty good. And so they're trying to check that out. 22,000 cars a day use that little stretch. The closure is only about a mile. But to get from one side of the bridge to the other, the signed detour route is 38 miles.
Oh, goodness.
Because there is no other bridge over the White River.
And we have no idea when this is going to be fixed.
No, and not at all. So, the detour is going to take you, if you're on the south, say you're in Buckley and you have a job in Enumclaw, a mile away. It's a 5-minute drive to work. Today, it's probably going to be an hour because you're going to have to go 410 all the way to 167, 167 up to 18, 18 all the way back over to 410 and south. Now, there are some neighborhood backside detour routes that people do use. I wouldn't recommend them because they can't handle the traffic. Those roads are even smaller than the ones that they're putting you on. So this is a huge issue down there.
Complication tonight, too. If you've ever tried to get out of the White River Amphitheater.
Oh, goodness.
Cindy Lauper shows tonight.
Oh,
now,
no. And is it ZZ Top coming up
I
this
think
weekend?
Soon. Yeah, coming soon. But my get around is I take a right going out of that parking lot, and I kind of loop through Enumclaw and into my neighborhood because, turning to the left and heading straight toward Auburn, bad idea.
Yeah, not a good idea.
This is not going to be an option right now.
No, unless they decide somehow later this afternoon. And again, we'll be keeping a very close eye on this. Nate Connors will be on top of this throughout the day to maybe see if we get this open. But when it comes to a 76-year-old, 76-year-old bridge, 76, they're not taking any chances with this thing. I mean, it's a steel truss bridge. It's old. It was just inspected, by the way, in April and rated as okay, which is good. But it's scary-looking damage.
Yeah, that's before it was hit by a semi.
Yeah, you can see the picture at mynorthwest.com. I've got a detour route up there as well. But yeah, that's not going to be pretty trying to get out of the Cyndi Lauper. I know girls just want to have fun, but you probably don't want to be stuck in traffic either.
That's not fun.
No, not at all.
You'll be showing your true colors. It's 6:23.
Yeah, we got it. Let's
check
move
traffic.
Wow.
Take it away,
Good
Sully.
one.
What's happening now?
Well, we've still got a pretty heavy drive coming into Tuesdays are usually one of our heavier days anyway, and we had a crash on northbound 5 in South Center, just before South Center, actually, that was over on the right-hand lane. It's now over to the shoulder, but we still have over 30 minutes to go from Federal Way to South Center, so that's pushed us up over 50 all the way to Seattle. So plan on delays there. Northbound 167, I think, is starting to see a little bit of that spillover from that detour out of Buckley and Enumclaw, because there's a lot of traffic coming up from Sumner through Auburn. I would say 50 minutes now from Puyallup to Renton. That's about 10 behind for this time of day during the summer. And then Renton to Bellevue is running around 23 minutes, so not too bad. Coming down from the north end, we're seeing brake lights away from Linwood, especially on 405. Just a reminder, you don't have to avoid the express lanes on I-5. They're open, and so you don't have to do that detour anymore. We've got about a 45-minute trip from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. The lake bridges are good, and if you're expecting a package from the east side, like Spokane, places like that, I-90 westbound basically closed at Hyack before you get to the summit because of a rolled semi. They're just getting by on the shoulder, so there's already a 2.5-mile backup of that, and most of it is semis just kind of sitting there. So that's going to be with us all day as well. KIRO Newsradio real-time traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
We are seeing some breaks in the clouds this morning, but it's going to be a mostly cloudy day. No rain in the forecast, 70 for the high. Right now, partly sunny and 60 in Seattle.
Coming up, KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey on the upcoming standoff between Governor Ferguson and Attorney General Pam Bondi.
You never know what's in store each morning once you hit the road.
We've got a major traffic alert in effect right now.
While you're getting ready every morning, make us part of your routine.
What morning, huh?
Yeah. Got off to an early start.
Just tell your smart speaker to play KIRO News Radio or stream us on the app.
Both directions of I-5 are closed.
We'll help you get where you're going faster.
Maybe bail at 512.
KIRO News Radio. We're on your smart speaker, the app, and 97.3 FM.
Windows are our home's top target for break-ins. At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, we offer added security with our exclusive 3-layer security glass protection. Combined with our lifetime warranty, you'll have lifetime peace of mind. Choose Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
Beat rising costs at Lake Washington Windows and Doors. For a limited time, get a 20% inflation discount and enjoy easy 18-month free financing with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest. Details at lakewashingtonwindows.com.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger, Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place. For changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Did you know that nearly half the homes in Western Washington are not properly insulated or not insulated at all? That may be the reason why your home is way too hot in the summer and way too cold in the winter. It may also be the reason that your energy bills are sky high. Right now, Insulation Northwest is offering a free inspection of your home's insulation. This is a $199 value and it's absolutely free, no obligation. Just call today and Insulation Northwest will arrange a time that works with your schedule. We'll perform a thorough exam of your home's insulation and give you the advice you need to start saving thousands. Everyone who calls today will also receive a free infrared screening of your home using the latest technology. This will help reveal any hidden flaws in your home's protective energy blanket. What do you have to lose? It only takes about an hour and it's absolutely free. Call Insulation Northwest today, the real insulation company.
InsulationNorthwest.com. Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
I saw her texting, coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions. 855-996-0025 or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Olympic Hot Tub has terrific ways to achieve total wellness at home. Saltwater hot tubs, swim spas, saunas, and cold plunges, all waiting for you. You'll be saying, ah, in no time. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. That is 6:31. The battle over immigration enforcement is about to reach a boiling point in Olympia.
Today marks the deadline for the state to comply with federal immigration mandates or face consequences. And so far, Governor Bob Ferguson is not backing down.
KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is live with a preview of the governor's high-stakes press conference coming this afternoon.
So here's what Pam Bondi is telling 32 mayors in 7 states, the U.S. Attorney General, including our state, comply or risk serious consequences, including possible criminal prosecution. Here's what she said last night on Fox News.
If they don't comply with this, we're going to work with our other agencies to cut off their federal funding. We are going to send in law enforcement, just like we did during the LA riots, just like we're doing here in Washington, D.C. And if they're not going to keep their citizens safe, Donald Trump will keep them safe.
But so far, Governor Ferguson says he's not changing a thing. At a press conference in February, and it sounds like we might hear some of the same at a press conference today, he cited the Keep Washington Working Act, which says
state and local officials, including law enforcement, may not share non-public information about an individual's immigration status in a non-criminal matter, except as required by federal law or court order.
And if it comes down to it in the very end, which it could today,
if necessary, we will see the president in court if he attempts to block this funding.
So this could be a court battle coming out of today. We will see. Charlie and Amanda, here's the key question. Does the Keep Washington Working Act stop Homeland Security and ICE from doing their jobs? Attorney General Bondi seems to think Washington should hand over any data identifying undocumented illegal immigrants. But under state law, that only happens with a court order. That's what Ferguson is saying. Or if the federal request is backed by federal law. So let's talk about that federal law a little bit. It says Governor Ferguson can't stop other state officials from sharing immigration status with ICE, but it doesn't require the state to provide that info. It just says they can't block others from doing it. And, I mean, realistically, officials appointed by Ferguson are going to follow what Ferguson says, or he'll probably replace them. Ferguson will give Bondi his final answer at a press conference at 12:15 this afternoon.
And we'll be on top of that and, of course, waiting for the administration's response to whatever he has to say.
And we'll see. It'll probably come swiftly.
All right. President Trump says he's going to ban mail-in ballots.
He is working on an executive order to stop mail voting before 2026. The Constitution says states, not the president, run elections. Washington leaders are defending the system. Senator Maria Cantwell says mail voting is secure and trackable. The president says voting by mail can lead to massive fraud. Experts say Trump's claims don't hold up.
And there will be no quick trips between Buckley and Enumclaw today. The White River Bridge on Highway 410 remains closed after it was hit by a semi yesterday morning. Engineers are still assessing the damage. It's a 76-year-old bridge. More than 22,000 vehicles use this route every day. The signed detour is 38 miles, taking you all the way to Highway 167. To make that 1 mile trip across the White River will likely take you 45 minutes to an hour.
That is not good.
Not fun.
And that's just one of our issues we're talking about this morning. Sully is watching our traffic every 10 minutes.
Yeah, and I feel for people like Rich and Lynn who are down in the Enumclaw area who reached out to us on our text line.
Help.
Lynn got caught up in this yesterday because she didn't know the bridge was closed, and she was working her way home, and she's like, oh, really? And I had to go around. Oh. So yeah, it is not it's not pretty. We'll be on that one all day. As for the rest of the map, one thing I'm seeing out of the Linwood area is people who may not have commuted yesterday. A reminder: you do not need to divert to 405 anymore. The southbound I-5 express lanes are open. I've checked; they're open. Right now, we're running close to an hour from Everett to Bellevue, but only 45 minutes from Everett to Seattle. That's extra people who are still thinking we're in the month of hell. We're not. We survived. No need to divert. Looking at the lake bridges, they're fine. Federal Way to Seattle's about 55 minutes now. There are some brake lights up the hill to 18. Valley Freeway is taking a lot of that diversion for people who would normally be on that White River Bridge. We've got about a 55-minute trip from Puyallup to Renton. That's about a 10 or 12-minute delay over what you might expect. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
Nice day today. We should have some high clouds throughout much of the day, but warm. We're looking at highs in the mid-70s today. Mostly sunny tomorrow, 76, 78. Thursday, 82. Friday, 85, and sunny on Saturday.
Beautiful.
So nice weekend on tap. Right now, we have clouds and 58 in Seattle.
And it's 6:36. That's time for your opening bell report. Air Canada has reached a deal with the union representing 10,000 flight attendants to end a strike. CBS News correspondent Tom Hansen is at New York's LaGuardia Airport.
The union says that it worked overnight for as many as 5 hours with Air Canada and a mediator present in order to reach this tentative deal. Air Canada says that it hopes to resume at least some of its flights today after 3 full days of strikes that brought this company to a screeching halt.
Kroger confirms to KIRO News Radio it is closing 2 more Fred Meyer stores, one in Everett on Evergreen Way and the second one in Kent on the East Hill. A union for grocery workers says the closures will take place in October, affect about 360 employees. Kroger is expected to transfer those employees to other stores. No one loses their jobs. But the union says the move is threatening to create food deserts for local low-income residents at a time when Kroger is making healthy profits. In a statement, Kroger tells us rising theft and regulations make it financially unviable to operate the 2 stores that are set to close.
Microsoft is launching a formal review into claims that its AI tools were used for surveillance, that is, in Gaza. According to the Seattle Times, the allegations raised by whistleblowers suggest misuse of facial recognition technology in sensitive conflict zones. Microsoft says it's taking the matter seriously and will investigate thoroughly. The company's commitment to responsible AI is now under global scrutiny.
Downtown Seattle getting busier, but not back to normal yet. The Center Square reports foot traffic in downtown last month hit the highest level since the pandemic began. Worker visits were up 7% from last year, but office and retail vacancies are still a big problem. City leaders are pushing code changes to help small businesses reopen. The idea is to fill empty storefronts and boost the tax base.
There's some bad news on the earning front for many Americans. Some CBS News Money Watch correspondent Jesse Mitchell has more.
Wages in the U.S. are lagging behind inflation, according to a new report. Bankrate's 2025 Wage to Inflation Index found that Americans earn 1.2 percentage points below the rise of the cost of living over the past 4 years, on average. According to the study, workers in education have been hit the hardest, with a 4.8 wage to inflation gap.
It's 6:38. A major construction project is underway near University Village. Crews are breaking ground on a $400 million apartment complex where the old Burgermaster and Safeway used to be on Northeast 45th Street. Plan includes nearly 800 apartments, 26,000 square feet of retail space. Developers say the buildings will have a resort-style pool, a dog spa, and even a cinema. More than 200 units will be below market rate thanks to city housing programs. According to the Puget Sound Business Journal, the first phase, I'm not sure if it includes the dog spa, will be open in early 2028.
Well, get ready, Washington. In-N-Out Burger is coming to Ridgefield. The iconic California-born chain will serve up its famous meals at its first Evergreen State location on Pioneer Canyon Drive starting tomorrow. In a press release, the company says the restaurant will employ 80 people. Ridgefield, your double dreams are about to come true.
All right. On Wall Street right now, Dow Jones Industrial Average up 96 points. That's 0.2%. S&P 500 off by 7 points. That's 0.1%. NASDAQ down 85, down 0.4%.
A word for KIRO 7 News, live starting at 4. It's news that puts you there so you can see for yourself. News that's happening now so you're ready. News that investigates to get you answers. News that's local because where you live matters. No more, no now on KIRO 7 News at 4, 5, and 6 p.m.
Okay, Sully, what's coming up?
Well, we're going to take a look at a lot of the traffic on northbound 167 coming off the closure of that 410 White River Bridge. It's ugly on the Valley Freeway today. We'll break it down next.
The opening bell is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund.
The G and Ursula Show.
Of course, we're talking about Sue Bird.
Weekdays 9 to noon.
Don Trudeau, the co-owner of the Seattle Storm.
In general, my favorite memory of Sue is just when she stands up for people, that don't necessarily have representation.
Are there any other statues of a woman in front of a stadium?
We are the first WNBA franchise.
Come on now.
To honor one of our players with a statue. Yes.
Watch live on YouTube and the KIRO Newsradio app.
If you've been considering upgrading your siding, now is the perfect time. Hi, I'm Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. In the Pacific Northwest, moisture is the enemy. Old failing siding leads to hidden water damage, rot, and mold. State Roofing and Exteriors is a James Hardy preferred contractor with over 55 years of siding expertise. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your siding inspection today. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
State Roofing, the best roof you'll ever need.
Spike O'Neill here. Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens gave me back the perfect vision I had up until a few years ago. Now, never need glasses again. Never develop cataracts. Been about 6 months since my RLE surgery. My vision is better than it's ever been in my life. Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens, privately owned, no corporate shareholders or boardrooms. Dr. Sharp built his business on the principle of always strive to overaccomplish, never overprice. Call 425-451-2020 or go online to sharp-vision.com. That's sharp-vision.com. Official eye care providers of Sounders FC.
You still have 40 million plus vehicles globally that are driving around with a potential ticking time bomb, a grenade in either their steering wheel or their dashboard. When we look to what injuries may have transpired from a defective airbag, we generally see loss of vision in an eye, or we see facial lacerations. We also see hearing loss. Unfortunately, we started seeing death after death after death. When that passenger airbag exploded, it basically degloved his entire face. He lost his nose, he lost his right eye. The type of catastrophic injuries that one is more accustomed to seeing in a Hollywood movie, and not something from a device in an automobile that's supposed to protect you. Morgan & Morgan has a national reach in terms of handling and prosecuting cases. Notwithstanding the team of lawyers that we have collected that focus only on product liability day in and day out.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
This fall, Seattle Symphony music director Shen Zhang begins her debut season at Benaroya Hall. On September 13th, Shen conducts Grieg Piano Concerto with pianist Simone Terpcheski for the symphony's opening night. On September 18th and 20th, Shen conducts the majestic Pictures at an Exhibition. On October 2nd, 4th, and 5th, Shen conducts Rachmaninoff's dramatic Second Symphony and Rhapsody on a Theme of Paganini. Ticket info at seattlesymphony.org.
It is 6:43, and Sully is at the traffic desk.
And we are struggling coming down out of the north end. We are definitely seeing a lot of people still kind of diverting to 405, coming away from Linwood when they don't need to do so anymore because the I-5 express lanes are open. And you look at the disparity in the travel time. It's an hour from Everett into Bellevue. It's 45 minutes from Everett into Seattle. So that tells you that a lot more people are going on 405 than should be and used to be. But again, our month of hell is over and there's no need to divert. Already running $10 in the express toll lanes there coming out of Linwood. Looking at northbound 167, it is basically just a grind. Slow go with stop and go all the way from Sumner up through Kent. Already over 55 minutes from Puyallup to Renton. That's because, I believe, not only a heavy day, but because a lot of people are diverting away because they have to get around that 410 closure. And, of course, because there's so many people there.
It's a reminder that, yes, it doesn't get there very often, and only when it really has to.
Today's one of those really have-to days. There's a lot of people on 167, so plan on about 15-minute delays. Then Renton to Bellevue's running about a half an hour. The drive up from Tacoma to Federal Way behind schedule through the 5 construction zone. And then Federal Way to Seattle's running around 50 minutes already. Didn't mention this 10 minutes ago, but we're still working with the closure of westbound I-90, getting to the Snoqualmie Pass area. It's right there by Hyack. Rolled semi there, getting reports that one lane might be open or it's just the shoulder waiting to get confirmation from the State Patrol. But that's going to be a big problem for people trying to get into town today. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
Well, if you didn't see it, you missed a beautiful sunrise this morning. Just some clouds here and there. It was bright pink and red. But we're going to see building clouds throughout the day. Just mostly cloudy and 74 today. Tomorrow, mostly sunny, 76. Sunshine and warmer on Thursday. Into the low 80s by Friday and into the weekend, 85 on Saturday. Right now in Seattle, partly sunny and 60.
6:45 now. A barely breaking bulletin. Bogus Bieber in Vegas. Katrina?
The lookalike and his team tricked staff at the Wynn's XS nightclub into thinking he was the real Justin Bieber, and the stunt was complete with a surprise performance on stage.
Oh, we don't have to play the full thing.
We don't, but even the DJ was fooled. He was inviting him to the booth before the impersonator lip-synced several Bieber hits to the packed crowd. And once the ruse was uncovered, the fake Bieber was booted from the resort and banned for life. And the real Justin Bieber has not weighed in, but a lot of fans are saying, yeah, they're sorry.
I get it.
Bogus Bieber banned.
Charlie didn't get it.
Okay. I'm sorry.
That's a Bieber song.
Oh, okay. I my repertoire with the Biebs, not the best.
Okay. It's 6:46, and coming up, your personal finance report from Brian Evans at Madrona Financial Services here on Seattle's Morning News.
If your closets are bursting at the seams like the Curly household, it's time to call the pros at Closets by Design Seattle. Every job is completely custom. Free in-home design consultation. Right now, they're offering big savings up to 40% off, plus an additional 15% off with 18 months financing and free installation. You're getting the quality and backing of a national brand, but with friendly local Seattle service. Go to closetsbydesign.com or call 1-800-BY-DESIGN to schedule your free in-home design consultation today.
Take your business to the next level in 2025 with help from WaFd Bank. WaFd Bank's business accounts and cash flow tools get you paid in hours, not weeks, so you can grow your business and meet your goals. You need a best bank. Visit wafdbank.com to learn more. Member FDIC.
Everyone always asks me, what were your top reasons for choosing Advanced Hair? Well, allow me to share, along with some details on, get this, their once-a-year summer savings event. Okay, first off, Advanced Hair stands by the results, and I'm living proof those results are second to none. With Advanced Hair, your own natural hair is guaranteed to grow. Secondly, Advanced Hair combines top-rated physicians with modern technology, creating a concierge quality experience that blew away my expectations. And lastly, Advanced Hair's Advanced FUE begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. It is quick, simple, and easy. Now, if you have a flexible schedule this summer and you've been waiting for that special savings opportunity, well, it's here. Advanced Hair's summer savings event will get you the most hair for your dollar. It's their best offer ever. For details to schedule your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. One-day treatment, life-changing results. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Before and after pictures at advancedhair.com.
If you're thinking about renovating an attic, spending more time in your sunroom, or building onto your home, a Carrier ductless unit is the perfect solution for climate control. It's efficient, quiet, and incredibly flexible when it comes to installation because there's no ductwork required. It's just one more way we're making your home totally comfortable.
Your local Carrier heating and cooling dealer will improve your home's comfort, air quality, and efficiency. Visit CarrierNorthwest.com to find the expert near you. Carrier, turn to the experts.
Are you road trip ready? Bucky's Complete Auto Repair will make your car safe and dependable with expert service and old-fashioned care. Brakes, oil change, factory service, and more. No appointment needed, and yes, friendly financing is available. Bucky's.com.
KIRO Newsradio has your chance to win 4 tickets to the Seahawks season opener, Sunday, September 7th. Open the KIRO Radio News app, click the Win tab in the bottom right corner, and enter to win. You can enter once per day, so the more times you enter through the KIRO Newsradio app, the better your odds will be. Do it every day, August 19th through the 25th. Details and rules at mynorthwest.com/win. From the station where the 12s hear the Hawks, KIRO News Radio.
This is the city's longest-running radio news show. Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
Time for a personal finance update brought to us by Madrona Financial and CPAs. Brian Evans is here, and we're talking about something that many might feel a little ahead of their skis when talking about that, and it's a Roth conversion and whether that makes the most sense for somebody. So can you maybe just walk us through what is a Roth conversion, first of all, and why do I need to know about it?
Yeah, I mean, well, kind of get basic here because money put into your 401k plan, if it's not in a Roth, you get a deduction now. But someday when you take that money out, that is a taxable event. As you take amounts out in your retirement, you're going to pay tax on that. However, if you put it into something called a Roth, all of the growth in that is tax-free your entire life, and when you take it out, it's tax-free too. So I think everybody thinks tax-free sounds like a good thing, so why not do that? So that is what a Roth is, and a Roth conversion is just taking money out of a retirement account, putting it into a Roth, and paying tax now instead of paying tax later.
Are there certain circumstances in which it is better to do that? Should everybody be doing this?
No, everybody should not be doing this because it matters what tax rate you're in now versus what you're going to be someday. So if you know that your tax bracket is higher today than it will be in retirement, then don't do it. If you think that your tax bracket could be higher in retirement than now, then it might be a good thing to do.
What about concerns about
changing tax brackets because we might be in a different era, 2 decades from now at retirement than we are now?
Great question, because I said in retirement, what's your tax bracket's going to be? You don't know, Charlie, and I don't know what mine's going to be either. I know we have a big national debt and taxes could go up. Historically, there was a period from World War II to 1980. That entire period, the top rate was 70% to 94%. So knowing that and where we're at now, there's a chance that tax rates could go much higher than they are right now in the upper 30s.
So what is the best advice from your buddy Brian as we look forward to retirement years?
Well, there can be situations where you have some low-income years, maybe right when you retire, before you start Social Security and annuities and other things. You might be in a low bracket. That's a great time to do some tax projections and take advantage of those low brackets when you can. Do those Roth conversions. So it's just a strategy. It's tax planning is a multi-year strategy. And so doing that with a tax program there with someone that can help you do that can be a really good option when you're considering whether you should do a Roth conversion or not.
Is this an all or nothing thing? Like I have to get rid of my entire 401k to move over into a Roth?
It is not an all or nothing. In fact, it rarely is an all or nothing. I would do this in pieces where it's appropriate, sometimes not at all, but absolutely it's not a all or nothing scenario.
Okay, you can find out more about this. Just click below. That is Madrona Financial and CPAs. And you can always check us out on KIRO News Radio. Brian joins us on Seattle's Morning News, 6:45 every Tuesday morning. Brian, thanks for the time today.
It's now 6:53, and we need to get you on the road. We check traffic every 10 minutes on the threes. What's up, Sully?
And for the people on the Valley Freeway are going, well, who are all these people today? That's what happens even when a bridge goes down, even between Buckley and Enumclaw, as far away as you think that might be.
Gets closed, not necessarily goes down.
Right, sorry, it's closed. It was hit by a semi. Yes, sorry, I got to be careful with my verbiage.
Still standing.
It's like Elton John. But what happens is the detour route takes you to 167, and there are a ton of people on 167. The Valley Freeway is running about an hour now from Puyallup to Renton, so you've got about a 15-minute delay. And how can I tell all these people are going that way? Because there's a huge lineup of cars getting off on eastbound Highway 18 to go back towards 410. It's not like that normally at this time of day. Auburn is usually awake at this time for that kind of commuting. So that's what we're seeing. That's the impact of this closure of that White River Bridge just north of Buckley and before Enumclaw. So that's going to be with us today. And then Renton to Bellevue is about a half an hour. We do have brake lights up the hill from 5 to 18. So it's about 25 minutes from Tacoma to Federal Way. Federal Way to Seattle's about an hour. No real surprises for you guys. Olympia to Tacoma is about 40 minutes, off and on braking through Lacey up through DuPont, but not too bad. Coming down from the north end, really heavy away from Linwood, but overall, we've got about an hour drive from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue, so a little bit behind schedule there. Tuesdays, again, are one of our heavier days of the week. The lake bridges are still in very good shape, and we're continuing to work with the almost full closure of westbound I-90 just before Snoqualmie Pass for people coming this direction. We've got a rolled semi of some sort, not much information yet from the State Patrol. It looks like one lane or the shoulder is getting by. Either way, there's about a 2.5 mile backup there. This report brought to you by Seattle Sports. Search Seattle Sports on YouTube, click subscribe, and get fresh video content daily.
Partly to mostly cloudy today, but warm. 76 for a high today and tomorrow. Right now in Seattle, it's cloudy and 58.
Hey, the Seahawks regular season is approaching. We want to send you and 3 friends to watch the Seahawks game September 7th. All you have to do is open the KIRO Newsradio app and click the Win tab to find out how.
If you don't already have the app, simply text app to 888-973-5476. We'll send you a link to download. Enter daily for your chances to win. This contest runs through Monday, August 25th.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle.
If you've been considering surgery or even joint replacement, let me suggest something. Hi, it's Dave Ross. I've now talked to over 200 patients of Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, so many of whom have told me about the life-changing results, and those are their words, after treatment at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. These are people with severe osteoarthritis, even bone on bone, and they tell me that they're back hiking, jogging, playing tennis, skiing, golfing, walking up and down stairs, playing with the kids, the grandkids, and doing it without pain and without surgery. Dr. Mark Wagner's 60-minute outpatient procedure uses your own stem cells, and because they're your own stem cells, they can help regenerate your own cartilage in your own joints. Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, is a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience, and he's performed over 20,000 stem cell procedures. Also, he's one of the few doing it the right way. So listen to his patients, and remember, whether it's a shoulder, hip, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before you choose surgery, first see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD. Get the facts, then get back in the game at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Are you looking at senior living options for you or a loved one? If so, you likely have many questions like, what can I afford? How long will my savings last? And if I run out of money, will I have to move out? If these questions are weighing on you, I'm here to talk you through different solutions. Hi, I'm Amanda from Care Partners Senior Living. At Care Partners, we're focused on offering high-quality, compassionate care at very affordable prices to help stretch and preserve your assets. And if you ever run out of funds and need to convert to Medicaid, you won't have to move. We have vibrant communities throughout Western Washington, Spokane, and Arizona offering independent, assisted living, and memory care. Our caregivers are some of the most loving and genuine people you'll ever meet. Stretch your assets, preserve your estate, and never worry about moving. That's peace of mind and the Care Partners Living Difference. Learn more at carepartnersliving.com. Care Partners is excited to announce our newest communities in Port Orchard, Sumner, Snohomish, and North Creek Bothell. Visit carepartnersliving.com.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Lori here from Guardian Roofing, Gutters, and Insulation, where we stand by our quality gutter and gutter guard systems with a 30-year no-clog guarantee on all gutter guard systems we install. Call today and get $250 off gutter guard installation or visit us at guardianroofing.com.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. President Trump tells Fox that after Friday's summit in Alaska and yesterday's meeting in the Oval Office, he's working on bringing Vladimir Putin and Volodymyr Zelensky together to work out a peace deal.
We're setting up a meeting. I sort of set it up with Putin and Zelensky. And, you know, they're the ones that have to call the shots.
Correspondent Nancy Cordes is at the White House.
This would be the first meeting between these two leaders since the war began 3 years ago. A Russian spokesperson, however, would only say that high-level talks will take place and did not confirm that Putin himself will be involved.
Mr. Trump tells Fox he will not send U.S. military forces to Ukraine as part of any U.S. security guarantees, but would provide some form of air protection. Many East Coast beaches are closed this morning because of rough waves and rip currents from Hurricane Erin. Sam Prophet is Ocean Rescue Director in Wrightsville Beach, North Carolina.
I can't tell you what exactly to do, except don't get into the ocean. That's got to be the number one message across up and down the entire North Carolina coast is just do not get in the ocean.
Lifeguards rescued about 60 people from the rough surf there yesterday. Evacuations have been ordered in the Outer Banks, where towns could be cut off from each other. The FBI has arrested a former gymnastics coach for allegedly abusing young girls.
Sean Gardner was a coach at the elite Chow's Gymnastics Institute in Des Moines, Iowa, until he was suspended 3 years ago by Safe Sport, the group that was created to handle sex abuse cases in Olympic sports after Dr. Larry Nassar abused 150 women and girls. Gardner allegedly abused at least 3 young gymnasts at Chow's and secretly recorded girls undressing at a gym he worked at in Mississippi. Critics say Safe Sport works too slowly, but the group says its 30 investigators are swamped with 8,000 cases a year. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
A Florida man found out the hard way. You don't take a photo with a 6-foot lemon shark, even if you think the coast is clear.
We were taking the hook, and we just finished taking the hook out of his mouth. We were going to go release him, and the shark just turned and bit me.
Sean Muse has a gaping wound in his leg after the mishap in Boca Grande Saturday night. His advice, you have to be careful when you're playing with Mother Nature. And we're just in, the Boston Celtics sale has been finalized. Private equity mogul Bill Chisholm will take control of the NBA's most decorated franchise. The more than $6.1 billion deal is a record price paid for an American pro sports team. The NBA approved it last week. The money actually changed hands this morning. The Dow is up 148 points in early trading. NASDAQ off 99. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
It's 7:03 and Sully is at the traffic desk.
Yeah, I wanted to just give everybody an update. Just got an update from one of our drivers from the 253 who just went through westbound I-90 over by Hyack before the Snoqualmie Summit and State Patrol. They now have 2 lanes open of westbound 90 where we had this semi hit a guardrail and roll over. So it's slow, but it is a couple of lanes are open, so not necessarily as bad as we had anticipated. So that's positive news for people coming westbound over Snoqualmie Pass. Now to our biggest issue is the hour-plus drive on northbound 167. Brake lights begin in Pacific, extend all the way past Auburn. Not only is this just volume for a Tuesday, but this is also people who are using the detour route to get around the closure of the White River Bridge in Buckley on 410. A 38-mile detour takes you onto 167, so an hour from Puyallup to Renton. Renton to Bellevue is about a half an hour. Also got about an hour from Federal Way to Seattle. Hours a popular number. That's what we have away from the Everett area trying to get down to Seattle or Bellevue. So that's about average for a Tuesday morning, and we are looking at the Lake Bridges being fine. This report brought to you by Washington 811. If you're digging in your yard, the law requires you to call 811 to avoid costly and damage to utility lines. Call 811 or submit online, digsafewa.com.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It's 7:04. This is it. Today is the deadline to comply with federal immigration enforcement in our state or else.
That's what U.S. Attorney General Pamela Bondi told Governor Bob Ferguson last week, and today Ferguson pushes back.
KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey joins us live with a preview of a press conference the governor is expected to hold later today.
And the message from Pam Bondi, let's start there. It's pretty clear. She made it again on Fox News last night.
You better comply or you're next.
She sent those messages last week in a letter to 32 different mayors and 7 states, including ours. And if we don't comply, she says,
we're going to work with our other agencies to cut off their federal funding. We are going to send in law enforcement just like we did during the LA riots, just like we're doing here in Washington, D.C.
Well, yesterday, Governor Ferguson fired back on social media saying he's not going to change a thing. Today, we could hear something similar to what he said at a press conference back in February, where he cited the Keep Washington Working Act.
State and local officials, including law enforcement, may not share non-public information about an individual's immigration status in a non-criminal matter, except as required by federal law or court order.
All right, so let's break all this down a little bit. So basically what the Trump administration is saying here is that they want Washington State and others to turn over all immigration status data. So Homeland Security and ICE can comb through it, presumably, and arrest people who are here in Washington illegally. Well, our state law says, sure thing, but only if the federal agents who want that information do their homework. Nothing for free here. They've got to spell out their case, get a court order, and make sure that request is backed by federal law. And according to Ferguson, this is why our state law says that.
In short, the law ensures that the president cannot commandeer our state and local resources.
So Ferguson will give Bondi his final answer at a press conference today at 12:15. If it goes the way we think it will, his remarks, what's next? Will the federal government withhold funding? Bondi has threatened possible criminal prosecution. What does that look like? And could we see, like she said, federal troops in the streets of Olympia? What about a sanctuary city like Tacoma or Seattle? Interesting.
To be continued. Thank you, Luke. It's 7:06 now. President Trump is pushing to end mail-in voting nationwide, claiming it fuels voter fraud.
But in Washington state, where vote by mail is the norm, officials are not backing down. Haley Watkins with King County Elections spoke with KIRO 7 TV.
Here in King County, we have long proven that vote-by-mail elections are accurate, they're secure, and most importantly, they're accessible to our voters.
Attorney General Nick Brown says he'll fight any executive order in court, calling it an attack on our secure voting system.
Casting doubt on peace negotiations in the Russia-Ukraine war.
I'm Jillian Raftery. Born and raised in Ukraine, Boris Lebeda fled in 2022 with his wife and 4 boys, now living in Kirkland. He says there's only one way his family will be safe to return.
No matter which deals will be signed with Russia, it only can be guaranteed by force. Russia has already signed documents in 1997 and 2001. It just doesn't work.
They're not going to stop until they get everything.
Of course.
President Trump has offered security guarantees, but has not said what those will be.
Seattle's morning news. Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime. Seattle's morning news, wherever you are.
Nothing like a little Pearl Jam for breakfast.
I'm at home drawing pictures. Mountaintops. Lemon yellow sun.
You sound a bit elderly there, Eddie Vedder.
Arms raising a V. Oh, maybe.
No. He's Charlie Harger. I'm Manda Factor. Producer David Burbank also says no, Charlie.
He's shaking his head.
No,
That's
no,
so
no.
mean, David.
No.
Anytime you try to do any impression, I'd say, let's mix that right now.
Yeah, come on.
It's Tuesday, August 19th. Chris Sullivan is here checking the roads for us every 10 minutes.
So he spoken.
Not going to say overrated.
Oh, don't do
Bring
that.
us down, Sully.
Katrina Gishard is at the news desk. Nick Krasia is the one who picked that awesome song for us.
And of course, because it's not from the 80s, so he has to put a wet blanket on it. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, we appreciated it. Thank you very much, Nick.
All right. A little silliness there. Get very serious in a few minutes. We're going to speak with News Nation senior national security correspondent, retired Lieutenant General Richard Newton, as we talk about what happened yesterday at the White House and the ongoing tensions between Russia and Ukraine.
You also have a commentary coming up, Charlie.
Yeah, an incredible local educator we lost this past weekend. We'll take a look back and some of the lessons we learned.
Also this hour, New York Times investigative reporter David Farenthold on several battles happening around the U.S. surrounding states' rights.
It's 7:09. An earthquake briefly rocked the shores of Washington last night. Here's KIRO 7 TV's Elle Thomas.
A 3.5 magnitude quake reported just offshore at Nia Bay. Not very strong, but the USGS survey report map shows people felt it as far as Bothell, even Vancouver, BC.
We are learning new details about last week's $2 million jewelry heist in West Seattle. Turns out the police chief was right there. Jason Rance on Seattle Red reports the robbery happened while Chief Sean Barnes was eating lunch nearby. 4 masked suspects stormed Menashe & Sons Jewelers with hammers and bear spray. They smashed 6 display cases and were gone in 90 seconds. The chief's SUV was even blocked by the getaway car. SPD says his detail was in plain clothes and didn't realize what was happening.
A mistrial has been declared in a King County murder trial because of Googling jurors. KIRO News Radio's Frank Lenzi explains.
A fatal shooting happened in August of 2021 outside the Phoenix Court Apartments in Renton. The Seattle Times reports part of the defense's case was based on their client's diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder. The judge learned that at least 4 jurors had Googled PTSD, as well as street views of the apartment complex, even though they had been told not to do outside research on the case or base their decisions on anything other than the evidence presented in court. Now, despite the mistrial, none of the jurors were found in contempt or fined. Another trial is set for October. Frank Lenzi, KIRO News Radio.
The suspect accused of shooting a man in a wheelchair along the Seattle waterfront pleaded not guilty yesterday. Gregory Tim is charged with first-degree assault after prosecutors say he shot Navy veteran Harold Powell, who's confined to a wheelchair, after accusing him of stolen valor. Powell spoke with KIRO 7 TV while he was recovering in the hospital.
I refuse to complain, and I'm not going to let nothing about this guy live in my mind for rent-free.
Police say during the argument, the victim pulled out a knife and airsoft gun, and that's when the suspect fired.
2 people walked away from a helicopter crash yesterday morning at the Skagit County Regional Airport. Lieutenant Jeff Willard is with the Skagit County Sheriff's Office and responded to the crash site.
The pilot just had some very superficial injuries, and his female passenger, she had a laceration to her head and sounded like a lower leg injury.
Witnesses say it appears a chopper hit a light pole before it went down.
It's now 7:12, and that's time for a check on the weather. It's brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors, and KIRO 7 TV's Nick Allard joins us. Nick, not a bad day ahead.
Oh, it's nice out there. It's interesting the way it's set up this morning, though, because if you looked at a satellite image, you'd see this line of clouds from a mostly stalled cold front parked across a lot of the Puget Sound. So to the west, you're seeing more clouds with some breaks, yes, but not a ton of sunshine, but you have some sun breaks out there. And then east of Puget Sound, a lot of sun. It's gorgeous. What you'll find as the day goes on is you'll keep sun where you have it for about the first half of the day, and then clouds are going to slowly increase, and we'll see partly to mostly cloudy conditions later. But it is really beautiful at the moment with gorgeous sunrise shots and temps in the 50s and 60s. We'll get this afternoon to about 74, 75 in Seattle and Everett, about 76, 77 for Olympia and Tacoma, and in the low 70s around Everett to Bellingham. Now tomorrow it's morning clouds, maybe a little bit of moisture, and then we see sunshine in the afternoon. After lunchtime, you absolutely clear a lot, and temperatures in the upper 70s. You're about 80 or so Thursday, and then at least in the low to mid 80s on Friday and on Saturday and on Sunday and on Monday. The only thing to add is there still may be some haze in the mix here and there. Air quality projections do overall still look good, but you have to watch in Mason County near Lake Cushman, of course. But I think you'd probably see more of the haze versus necessarily breathing it in a lot, but we'll keep an eye on that. But overall, the weather pattern is pretty darn okay.
What do you mean by a little bit of moisture tomorrow?
Well, it's like you wake up to low clouds and there may be a few sprinkles or some drizzle. It'd be very, very isolated, kind of like yesterday where one spot saw 1/100th of an inch and the rest had like a couple of raindrops.
Gotcha.
It wouldn't be like showers. It wouldn't be like the convergence zone over Krista's house. It'd be more like just a few pockets of some sprinkles, and then we'd wrap it up.
All right, Nick.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Right now, we do have a little bit of sunshine in Seattle. It's 60.
Speaking of Chris, let's get a check on traffic.
I do have a target on the roof that says, "Oh yeah, convergence zone," just to taunt it, and it usually gets me. Up in that kind of convergence zone areas where we have our heaviest braking, and that's on southbound 405, away through Canyon Park, all the way down through Bothell. For I-5, it's not as bad through Linwood, but it kind of extends a little further down into Shoreline towards the Northgate area. It's still an hour drive from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue, so both of those drives are a little heavy. The Trestle's a little heavy too, westbound to 204. It's normal heavy self down from Lake Stevens. Also seeing just a few brake lights pulling away from the Marysville area, but not bad. Federal Way to Seattle's about an hour, 30 minutes to South Center, 30 minutes from Renton to Bellevue, a little over a half an hour now. Those S-curves are not really moving all that well. Some brake lights getting you into Bellevue. Behind that on the Valley Freeway, 55 minutes now. Just kind of a grind from Sumner all the way up to the Renton area. A lot of that extra traffic is there because of the closure of the 410 bridge over the White River in Buckley, and that's your primary diversion route. And I want to thank my driver, Kathy, who's out there this morning letting me know that it's really tough getting into South Lake Union. We do have a small crash on the ramp from northbound 5 to Mercer, partially blocking the left lane, so that's causing kind of a lengthy delay on that off-ramp. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
7:15, a pop star once again proves her marketing genius. KIRO News Radio's Katrina Gishard is here to tell us about it.
Cherry lips, crystal
Okay, so Taylor Swift just unveiled new vinyl editions of her upcoming album, The Life of a Showgirl. Each of the covers show an image of Swift channeling her showgirl vibes, from climbing over an audience to sporting feathers and crystals. Variety says the album sold out for its pre-order in less than an hour. The music drops October 3rd, and if you Google Taylor Swift right now, you'll be showered with online confetti. Search engines partnered with the singer on an interactive Easter egg search, all a part of the hype.
Look at that. I've been showered with purple confetti.
You know, I tried Binging it.
Did it work?
No confetti.
No.
Sans confetti with Bing.
So let me understand this. There are multiple versions of this new album. So
there are multiple covers.
Multiple covers.
Yes.
Same music, but you know some Swifties are going to go, I need every one.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, Katrina. It's 7:16.
For more than 50 years, the voice Seattle trusts. This is Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio.
Well, a lot of questions still remain after President Trump's meeting in the White House yesterday with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky.
Let's check in now with News Nation senior national security correspondent, retired Lieutenant General Richard Newton. Good morning, General. What are some of your big takeaways after President Trump hosted President Zelensky and European leaders at the White House yesterday?
Well, good morning, Charlie and Manda. It's great to be with you. I think today, after what I thought was a remarkable bilateral summit between President Trump and President Zelensky, and then the ensuing summit, almost like a G7 summit, with European heads of state to include the Secretary General of NATO as well as the President of the European Commission, was remarkable. In fact, in my recent memory, I'm going to call this what I would certainly, since the last 3.5 years, almost 1,270 days since Russia invaded Ukraine. This is a high water mark, which occurred yesterday in the Oval Office and then the other parts of the White House. However, hard work begins now even more, and that's to get to a peace agreement, at least getting to a summit, which I think will entail between first a bilateral between Putin and President Zelensky, and then certainly a trilateral with President Trump, President Putin, and President Zelensky. But lots of work ahead, but I'm going to call yesterday a very good day.
Yeah, you said remarkable there twice, and I would think on many different fronts it was. Zelensky was accompanied, as you mentioned, by several European leaders, and it almost seemed like they were his security detail.
Yeah, and perhaps, but there's been a lot of work going on since the Alaska summit between President Trump and Putin. It's remarkable. I'll use that word again a third time, Manda. Just putting together the summit, and I've been part of summits before, in 96 hours. But really what has been effective here to enable that is, frankly, the leadership of the President of the United States, as well as getting these multiple players on the same sheet. Diplomacy is hard. And getting to this point where I believe we've got a very strong united front between the United States, Europe, and President Zelensky in Ukraine is going to be key moving forward. But that's really the outcome I sense moving forward. And now, as Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who's now been tasked with putting together a task force of European national security advisors and NATO officials to really now get into the aegis of what those security guarantees look like moving forward in discussions with Vladimir Putin.
Speaking of security guarantees, General, we're hearing new this morning that President Trump has ruled out categorically any U.S. troops being on the ground in Ukraine. Do you find that to be a surprise?
I don't, and I certainly would advise the president in that area, because I think what you see on the ground eventually will be European troops on the ground. But there's 4 areas that Senator Rubio, as I understand it, from what I understand, my contacts, when I mentioned Secretary of State Rubio, who's also the U.S. National Security Advisor to the president, will lead this task force. They're going to look at 4 components of security guarantees. One is a military presence, just like you alluded to, Charlie, and I believe that military presence will be European boots on the ground to provide training exercises, but also serve as a tripwire to compel Putin not to attack Ukraine for a third time. Recall back in 2014, he took Crimea. Then in 2022, he attempted to take Ukraine, but really got stalled there in the Donbass area. Second part of that components of the security assurances will be air defenses. I would advocate for the president to provide through sales additional F-16 aircraft that they already have to protect their sovereign airspace. The third is going to be providing more armaments. That could include not only defensive capabilities, but offensive capabilities, such as HIMARS, artillery rocket systems, and so forth. And then how the fourth piece, and this is going to be hard, how do you monitor when you get to a point where you have cessation of hostilities between Russia and Ukraine? How do you monitor that? There's lots of models out there. There's a demilitarized zone against North Korea and South Korea. There's the Golan Heights in Israel and Syria and so forth. But this will be very, very hard, but I think it's doable. But that's where we are going next, I believe, in the next several hours, if not days.
We're speaking with News Nation senior national security correspondent, retired Lieutenant General Richard Newton. The president also this morning said he has sort of set up a meeting between Putin and Zelensky. How soon do you think that might happen?
That ball is in Putin's court, Amanda, because we haven't, as I understand it, yet got a thumbs up from Russia on that note. But I believe that, again, momentum is now with the United States, with Ukraine, with Europe, and so forth. And I believe also, to back up that request, that we now have the U.S. will orchestrate a summit between Zelensky and Putin, and then Zelensky, Putin, and Trump in the coming days, if not a week or two, because of the threat of now economic sanctions. Not only from the United States, but coming out of yesterday's summit with a larger European group, they are also committed, Amanda, to broader sanctions as well as tariffs against purchases of European oil, namely on top of what the United States is compelled to do with China, India, and Brazil, and other trading partners.
Well, color me skeptical, General, but when I hear Putin and Zelensky having a face-to-face meeting, I'm hard-pressed to think the United States would ever meet with the leader of the United States, would ever meet with the leader of a country that was attacking us. How likely is this?
Well, I tell you what, Charlie, color me skeptical also, but I'll tell you what, I'll give you this. I'm slightly optimistic at this point because I think we have leverages, and I think that's important for the United States and certainly important for President Zelensky to go face-to-face, one-on-one, with Putin before you get into a broader summit with the top three. So I think that is something that, again, as I mentioned, there's a little bit of tailwind here with the United States and President Trump, and I think he'll compel Putin to do so. If you don't get that meeting with Zelensky and Putin, you likely don't get the trilateral summit, and you likely don't get ensuing peace negotiations. Now, that all said, Charlie, let's go back to your point about being skeptical. Putin's really what he wants to do. He still is trying to take over Ukraine. He still wants to put a Russian puppet government in Kyiv. He still wants to dismantle the Ukrainian military. He still wants to take the rest of the Balkans. He still wants to create, and break up NATO. He still wants to remove the influence of the United States off the European landmass. That hasn't changed. But what's changed are the conditions that are going to force Putin to the negotiating table like we've talked about.
We'll see. General, thank you. I wish we had more time, but we appreciate you spending a couple minutes with us. News Nation senior national security correspondent, retired Lieutenant General Richard Newton.
He's one of those guests. Every time we have him on, we're like, we could probably do another hour with him.
Easily.
Yeah, all right. Thanks, General. It's 7:24. Sully is watching traffic for us.
And we are looking at a typical Tuesday out there. That means it's heavier than yesterday, certainly. A lot of people heading to the office, and we've got some of the busiest traffic away from Linwood on southbound 405 down through Bothell. It's about 50 minutes from Linwood down to Bellevue and an hour and 10 all the way from Everett. Once you're past 522, though, it thins out. For I-5, it's about an hour, and it's from Linwood just kind of meandering down to about 145th before we kind of break free a little bit, and then you hit it again in the U District. Of course, the express lanes are open, so that's positive. Federal Way to Seattle, about an hour. Nothing shocking along the way. We still have that crash inside the ramp to Mercer from northbound 5, which is causing kind of a backup on the left-hand side of the freeway. Looking at Renton to Bellevue, about 35 minutes, and we've picked up 10 minutes now on the Valley Freeway. It's running around 52 minutes now from Puyallup to Renton, so that's positive, even though we're taking a lot of diversion from 410 because of the closure of the bridge there on 410 at Buckley. So we're working with that, but most of all, it's kind of an average day out there. This report brought to you by Seattle Sports. You can always listen to your favorite local sports content on the FM dial, 97.3 HD2.
Seeing a little sunshine this morning, but mostly cloudy by afternoon and 74 today. Right now, it's partly sunny and 60 in Seattle.
Coming up in today's commentary, the importance of teachers. Remembering longtime Woodway and Edmonds educator Bruce Evans. That's coming up on Seattle's Morning News.
KIRO News Radio is right there with you.
A big story developing this morning
on your smart speaker before you head out the door.
We get the latest live from KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey.
Huge impacts for Boeing and Boeing workers.
The office, the gym, anywhere.
Water, like taxes, goes all the way down to the bottom, so it'll either come out of the employee's paycheck or the lack of raise.
KIRO News Radio. We're on YouTube, our app, your smart speaker, and 97.3 FM.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident book series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
If you're thinking about renovating an attic, spending more time in your sunroom, or building onto your home, a Carrier ductless unit is the perfect solution for climate control. It's efficient, quiet, and incredibly flexible when it comes to installation because there's no ductwork required. It's just one more way we're making your home totally comfortable.
Your local Carrier heating and cooling dealer will improve your home's comfort, air quality, and efficiency. Visit CarrierNorthwest.com to find the expert near you. Carrier, turn to the experts.
Bathfitter just hit a big milestone, 42,000 installations in Western Washington. To celebrate, Bathfitter's offering payments as low as $125 a month. Ursula Royteen here. I chose Bathfitter Northwest because they work here, they live here, and they love making bathrooms better for their neighbors. Custom fit tub and shower solutions are installed in as little as 1 day, and every installation is backed by a lifetime warranty. Call Bathfitter or visit bathfitternw.com to schedule a free consultation. This special offer won't last.
Hello, sunshine. And while you're out and about in the summer sun, make sure your bank accounts can keep up with you. Free checking with WaFd Bank can do that, and much more. No more worrying about minimum balances or monthly maintenance fees. And WaFd has thousands of fee-free ATMs and more than 200 branches to serve you across 9 western states. Plus, WaFd Bank offers new tools like voice-activated banking so you can check your balance and make transfers between your WaFd accounts using just your voice. You can do your banking while you're planting those spring flowers. You also have access to free tools like online and mobile banking, bill pay, person-to-person payments with Zelle, mobile check deposit, and full control over your debit cards to turn them on or off should they get misplaced. And you can choose from some pretty great-looking debit cards, including the Seattle Kraken and the Seawolves. So visit WaFdBank.com to open your account today and find out why they were awarded Best Bank by Newsweek 3 years in a row. Non-sufficient funds charge may apply. WaFd Bank, member FDIC.
Have you stopped to think about how you feel today compared to, say, 10 years ago? Are you noticing changes? Less energy, slow recovery, trouble focusing, maybe even weight gain? What if you could turn back the clock and feel stronger, sharper, and more alive? At Longevity Medical Clinic, we help people do exactly that. For over 3 decades, we've been helping thousands of men and women find out what's really going on inside their bodies and take action to feel better and live longer. With advanced diagnostics and personalized hormone and supplement plans, we uncover what's been holding you back and show you how to optimize your health. Our patients often say, "Now I finally understand what's happening and what to do about it." Take the first step. Call 425-633-1810 or visit longevitymedicalclinic.com to schedule your free consultation. Longevity Medical Clinic. Feel better. Live longer. Let's do it together.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X-Fi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Saturday, August 23rd, enjoy the 30th birthday bash for University Place at Cirque Park, 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. Bands all day, over 50 vendors, beer garden, and family zone. Don't miss it August 23rd. Special thanks to UP Refuse and Recycling.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
It's 7:31. Good morning. The battle over immigration enforcement is about to reach a boiling point in Olympia.
Today marks the deadline for the state to comply with federal immigration mandates or face consequences. And so far, Governor Bob Ferguson is not backing down.
KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey has a live preview of the governor's high-stakes press conference set for this afternoon.
Governor Ferguson sticking to his guns. Yesterday on social media, he said he's not going to change a thing. At his press conference today, he will most likely cite the Keep Washington Working Act, like he did at a press conference in February.
State and local officials, including law enforcement, may not share non-public information about an individual's immigration status in a non-criminal matter, except as required by federal law or court order.
In other words, Ferguson has been telling the federal government Washington State is not going to just hand over immigration status data to Homeland Security or ICE willy-nilly, and here's why.
In short, the law ensures that the president cannot commandeer our state and local resources.
However, the message from Pam Bondi, sent last week to 32 mayors in 7 states, including ours, is pretty clear. She said it again on Fox News last night.
You better comply or you're next.
And if our state does not comply, well, Bondi says we risk serious consequences.
We're going to work with our other agencies to cut off their federal funding. We are going to send in law enforcement just like we did during the LA riots, just like we're doing here in Washington, D.C.
So Charlie and Manda, in February, Ferguson said if this ends up where the federal government withholds funding, Attorney General Nick Brown will sue the federal government. However, Bondi seems to have raised the force continuum here. In other words, if Ferguson comes out today and says he's not going to comply, Bondi has threatened possible criminal prosecution, according to Ferguson. And could we see federal troops on the streets, like Bondi said, in sanctuary cities like Seattle? Ferguson will give Bondi his final answer at that press conference we're all going to be watching today at 12:15.
Thank you, Luke. It's 7:33. President Trump says he wants to ban mail-in voting nationwide. He's promising an executive order before the 2026 midterms.
Legal experts say he doesn't have that power. Only Congress does. Washington leaders are pushing back. Governor Bob Ferguson says our vote-by-mail system is safe and secure. Trump claims mail voting leads to fraud, but audits and lawsuits say otherwise.
And this just coming in, Nexstar Media Group is acquiring Tegna in a $6.2 billion deal. This move will make it the largest local TV ownership group in the United States. That includes King 5 in Seattle. With 265 stations across 44 states, the merger could reshape how millions get their local news. Stay tuned for updates as the deal awaits regulatory approval.
All right, now let's get your traffic update. We do that every 10 minutes, and Chris Sullivan is watching the drive.
And so far, this drive has my regulatory approval. It's normal. It's average. It's not too bad. I mean, the brake lights are right where they should be, but no real shockers out there. Coming down from the north end, it's going to be about an hour and 10-minute trip from Everett into Bellevue. It's pretty stacked in through Canyon Park, down through Bothell. And we have hit the $15 mark on southbound 405 getting out of Linwood. And those express fast. Toll lanes, they will save you a little bit of a time, but then it really will pay off when you're down a little bit further to the south. Coming up the other direction, we're looking at Renton to Bellevue at about 40 minutes. Everett to Seattle, by the way, about an average hour drive as well. Northbound I-5 from Federal Way to Seattle, about an hour and 5. We've got 35 minutes now from South Center. It's pretty heavy past I-90 in and through downtown. One of the reasons is we're still working with this crash on the ramp to Mercer, which is partially blocking a left lane, and that's backing us up pretty significantly. You're also seeing some slowing on eastbound 90 approaching Factoria. Valley Freeway is about 50 minutes, with 30 of those minutes out of Auburn. Pretty heavy drive today coming up from Highway 18 into the Kent area. Lake Bridges are doing okay. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
And our forecast, we're seeing some peaks of sunshine this morning, but clouding up by afternoon. Very pleasant day, 74 today. Tomorrow, more in the way of sunshine after the clouds in the morning, 76. We're gradually going to warm up toward the end of the week into the low 80s, mid 80s for Saturday. Right now, it is partly sunny and 60 in Seattle.
Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime.
Seattle's morning news, wherever you are.
It's 7:36, time for this morning's commentary. We spend a lot of time talking about what's broken in schools. Falling test scores, burned out teachers, crowded classrooms. Some of that is true, but here's what's also true. Most teachers care, and their stories rarely make the news. So let me take a point of personal privilege this morning. Bruce Evans died this weekend. He spent more than 30 years at Woodway, then Edmonds Woodway High after the schools merged. He's best remembered for leading the 1984 Woodway girls basketball team to a state championship. Earlier this year, he was inducted into the Washington State Girls Basketball Coaches Hall of Fame with 387 career wins, 121 losses. But that was only part of his story. He was also an English teacher and a journalism teacher, a longtime advisor to the student papers, first the Woodway Galia, then the Edmonds Woodway Wireless. Woodway is where I first met him, 9th grade journalism, 1989. And his lessons stuck. You hear them here on this show every morning. Get to the point. Lead with the most important part. Write for people, not yourself. Play it straight with news. And have some fun with commentary. Mr. Evans had my back when I tried my hand at investigative reporting. I once filed a public disclosure request with the district that ruffled some feathers. Next thing I knew, the superintendent was calling my house at 6 a.m. My mom handed me the phone. Imagine being 16, half awake, unexpectedly talking to the superintendent before breakfast. But Mr. Evans stood behind me. He also encouraged me to write opinion columns. That means he had to share some of the fallout with me as well. One week I'd hit Governor Booth Gardner, a Democrat. The next week it was President Bush. The following week, the lunch menu. Not every column landed smoothly. I once questioned the alternative high school where students smoked and called teachers by their first names. He got an earful from his colleagues there. Another time, I called out homophobic remarks I had heard in a class. I wrote that people who use those slurs needed to, quoting here, get a life. That one got me a fist in the face in the hallway. But through it all, Mr. Evans was there. What he really offered was more than writing tips and a love of journalism. He was a positive male influence, something teenagers don't always have enough of. Here was this teacher showing me a trait I loved, correcting me when I got sloppy, encouraging me when I got discouraged. Mr. Evans retired from teaching the year I graduated high school in 1993. A couple of years later, he moved to Arizona. We stayed connected on Facebook. A few years ago, I had coffee with him near Phoenix. 3 decades later, he was just as sharp, just as encouraging, just as engaged with his former students' lives. It was a life well lived. And it was a reminder. The people who shape us may only be in our lives for a season, but their influence lasts forever. We'll keep talking about problems in education, and we should. But maybe we should also talk more about the Mr. Evanses out there, the teachers who leave their mark long after graduation. Love to hear your thoughts. Text us at 888-973-5476 or join the chat on YouTube Live at KIRO News Radio.
Mine was a Mr. Booth, and I'm tearing up thinking about him. Boy, he must be so proud of you.
Yeah, you know,
right?
he was a KIRO listener, a longtime KIRO listener, and he knew this was like my dream job.
That's awesome.
Hosting Morning Drive here. So,
Very good.
life well lived.
Thanks, Charlie. Hey, the Seattle Seahawks regular season is approaching. We want to send you and 3 friends to watch the Seahawks game September 7th. All you have to do is open the KIRO Newsradio app and click the Win tab to find out how. If you don't have the app, just text app to 888-973-5476. We'll send you a link to download. Enter daily to increase your chances to win, and the contest runs through Monday, August 25th.
Okay, Sully, what's coming up in traffic?
Well, we're going to take a look at the drive. Pretty heavy out of Snohomish County again today. We'll break it down for you next.
The Jake and Spike Show.
I check it late at night when my wife's not looking.
Weekdays, noon to 3.
My favorite thing on my phone, which is my weather app.
First thing, nonstop.
My number one app. Every day it tells me it's the number one thing I use on my phone.
First thing I looked at when I woke up.
First thing I see in the morning, last thing I see at night is the weather.
Then I'll roll over and kiss her after that.
My wife says, don't kiss me after you look at your weather app.
I feel hot and sweaty.
Watch the Jake and Spike Show live on YouTube or the KIRO Newsradio app.
This is Anna.
I'm 68 years old, and I have arthritis in my left knee.
But Anna was not going to take that diagnosis sitting down.
I play pickleball, and I bike, and I ski, and I hike.
And that's when one of Anna's pickleball friends recommended stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine.
I probably could have had a knee replacement, but if I can delay getting a knee replacement another 10 years, why wouldn't I want to do that?
So she met with Dr. Wagner, she had the procedure, and...
I was back to playing pickleball in 4 weeks.
Of course, that's not all she was doing.
Well, I just got back from Maine. I was biking in Acadia. I biked probably over 100 miles for the 5 days, and no pain whatsoever in my knee.
And no surprise, Anna is now a fan.
Totally. I had such a good outcome. I'm a firm believer of trying it and see what happens.
So, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
With football season comes cooler weather, so if you need new windows and doors, don't drop the ball. Steve Rabel here. Call on locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington to tackle your project. Their wide selection of windows and doors always beats the competition, and they'll give you top-notch customer service with no trick plays. Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Go to PellaPNW.com. That's PellaPNW.com.
Wellness. How do you practice it easily every day? At Olympic Hot Tub, we have more ways to achieve total wellness at home than ever before. Immerse yourself and let jets melt stress away in a saltwater hot spring spa. Swim in the privacy of your own backyard in an endless pool swim spa. Retreat to cozy warmth and detox in an amazing Tilo sauna. Then awaken your mind and body with a cold plunge. You'll be saying, ah, in no time. Your path to wellness starts today at Olympic Hot Tub. Better you, better life.
Bathfitter just hit a big milestone, 42,000 installations in Western Washington. Celebrate with payments as low as $125 a month. A beautiful bath installed in 1 day, no mess, and a lifetime warranty. Call Bathfitter or visit bathfitternw.com today.
It's 7:43 and Sully is at the traffic desk.
About the only surprise that we have going on this Tuesday morning is the slowing through downtown under the convention center getting off at Mercer. We've been working with a crash there, partially blocking the left lane, getting down to Mercer, and that's caused a little extra braking north of I-90 past the downtown exit, so kind of working towards South Lake Union. So plan on just maybe a couple of extra minutes there if you're getting off at Mercer. Overall, we're running about an hour and 10 from Federal Way to Seattle, with 40 of those minutes from South Center. So a little behind. There's a big gap in the middle from about South Center up to the beginnings of Boeing Field. Renton to Bellevue is about 40 minutes. The S-curves are active, but nothing too much the rest of the way. Some braking at I-90 through the merging, but you can handle it. Behind that, the Valley Freeway, we've got about a 55-minute trip from Puyallup up into Renton. Still pretty heavy right there at Highway 18 in Auburn. Still seeing a lot of diversion from the closure of the White River Bridge in Buckley on 410. We got a 38-mile detour that takes you to 167 to get around this thing. So that's why there's some extra brake lights there today. The Olympia to Tacoma Drive, not too bad at about 40 minutes. Some eastbound slowing on 16 past Cheney Stadium. That's nothing out of the ordinary as well. And coming out of the north end, about an hour and 10-minute trip from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. Westbound I-90 starting to see a little braking, but it's not too bad. This report brought to you by Closets by Design, custom storage solutions for closets, garages, home offices, and more. Go to Closets by Design to see current specials, or you can always call them 1-800-BY-DESIGN to learn more.
And our forecast, we're seeing sunshine this morning, but building clouds throughout the day. Mostly cloudy by afternoon. Very pleasant. 74 the high. 76 and more sunshine for tomorrow. Warming up on Thursday, and then by Friday we'll be into the low 80s, mid 80s on Saturday with lots of sunshine. Right now it is 60 in Seattle.
All right, get ready for an earworm.
Uh-oh.
You think you know your favorite TV theme song? Think again. Here's Katrina with details.
The Hollywood Reporter just published a list of the top 30 TV theme songs of all time. Let's listen to some of the tracks that made the cut. I'm going back to this 1970s classic.
Here's the story of a lovely lady.
So, of course, the Brady Bunch. Now, let's fast forward to this one in the 80s.
Thank you for being a friend.
The Golden Girls. And let's stay in the 80s with this last one, a sitcom classic.
Where everybody knows your name.
Cheers. So, anybody want to share their favorite TV theme song?
I don't know if it's my favorite, but after all these years, when I get frustrated, I bust into the Love Boat. I don't know why.
Interesting
when
choice.
I'm censoring myself, I don't want to,
Yeah. I would have to say, okay, on a silly note, the Night Court theme song has always been one of my favorites. I got really upset when they got rid of the saxophone in the Night Court reboot, but for more a contemporary-ish Sopranos theme song.
Oh,
Okay, that
Sopranos.
made the list.
Good one.
I would have to say, well, The Simpsons, of course, is iconic. It would be the theme to SWAT. Back in the 70s, it was like a wicka, 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 wicka,
David.
Oh, yeah.
I will actually routinely sing the Simpsons song, just kind of wandering around the house. But for modern ones, there's not really a ton of good modern theme songs other than I like the White Lotus one. It's kind of like a weird frenetic one. So I'll sometimes sing that.
All right. Well, thank you, Katrina. What was your favorite?
Law and Order. I don't know why, but I'm just like,
All right.
just can snap to it.
Okay. Thank you, Katrina. Coming up, we have New York Times investigative reporter David Farenthold on President Trump's push to end mail-in voting.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com. If you have a 2004 or newer vehicle that's out of warranty or about to be, Endurance is urgently notifying U.S. drivers about their low-cost vehicle coverage plan designed to save drivers thousands on rising vehicle repair costs. Those who qualify can pick their plan, coverage, and repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental cars included. All covered repairs get paid directly to the repair shop for you. Call now for your free quote. Call 800-298-7906. 800-298-7906.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Jaden Schwartz for Techline Roofing. Summer is the perfect time for a new roof. Take advantage of our easy financing, summer specials, and the best warranty in the business. Have a great summer. See you next hockey season. Trust Techline.
It's about grit.
Leonard Williams drags him down.
Running through whatever gets in your way.
The handoff to Charbonnet. Stiff arms a man, turns, first down. Oh my goodness! What a blast!
Fighting for every yard.
The handoff to Walker. He breaks a tackle, comes back to the near side, stumbles across the 10, breaks the tackle. Touchdown! Seahawks!
And a drive that never ends. Celebrating 50 seasons of Seahawks football. Visit Seahawks.com/tickets today.
KIRO Newsradio has your chance to win 4 tickets to the Seahawks season opener, Sunday, September 7th. Open the KIRO Radio News app, click the Win tab in the bottom right corner, and enter to win. You can enter once per day, so the more times you enter through the KIRO Newsradio app, the better your odds will be. Do it every day, August 19th through the 25th. Details and rules at mynorthwest.com/win. From the station where the 12s hear the Hawks, KIRO News Radio.
Seattle's morning news on KIRO News Radio.
It is Tuesday, and on Tuesdays, we call up New York Times investigative reporter David Farenthold to talk about the big stories of the week.
David, good morning. Lots happening this week with foreign affairs, Trump meetings with Putin and Zelensky. One story that kind of flew under the radar yesterday, the president announced he's going to sign an executive order aimed at getting rid of mail-in ballots. This came during his meeting with Zelensky in the Oval. Does he have the power to do that?
No, he doesn't. It's pretty clear from the Constitution that the Congress controls voting for Congress and states control voting for their own officers. So the president has basically no power at all over voting. He could try to, jawbone states to change their mail-in ballots. He could also try to, get Congress to throw out mail-in ballots. It's a dangerous thing for the president to say that he doesn't consider some votes valid, but he doesn't actually have the power legally to change anything about voting.
And what do many of the states have in common that use mail-in voting that the president might think he could use to his advantage?
Well, we've all seen in these previous elections. I mean, one thing I should say is that the idea that mail-in voting favors Democrats is a few years old. That was definitely true in 2020. It was much less true in 2024. But before, when there was a real partisan divide and Democrats used more mail-in voting and Republicans voted in person, what happened was that they would count the in-person votes first. And so you remember from 2020 when Trump was saying, stop the count, because he was ahead right at the beginning. And then as they counted all the votes, that had actually been cast weeks earlier, but they were counted last, then he fell behind Joe Biden. So I think that's his idea, is that if, you can invalidate mail ballots, then you can get the benefit of the Republican votes on Election Day and then try to stop the count before the Democratic votes are all counted.
David, I want to read you something Trump wrote on Truth Social, quoting here. Remember, the states are merely an agent for the federal government in counting and tabulating the votes. They must do what the federal government, as represented by the President of the United States, tells them, all caps now, for the good of our country, to do. Thoughts?
Totally wrong. That's just not how it works at all. States choose their own methods of elections. States oversee their own elections. This is a federal system. The president has no power. Like I said, he can tell them what he wants them to do, but he can't tell them what to do, and in this situation at least.
What if Speaker Mike Johnson, presuming he's still Speaker in the start of 2027, decides he agrees with President Trump and doesn't want to accept the elections out of the states that had mail-in ballots?
I mean, that's the thing that I do worry about, is that this leads somebody in a state government or somebody in Congress to say that they won't accept votes counted by absentee ballots, by mail-in ballots. There's a couple of reasons I think that would be hard to do. One, a lot of Republican members would have been elected by people casting mail-in ballots. So that would mean validating a bunch of people who were on his own side. It also would mean basically the end of democracy. It would be the Republicans saying we're not going to count votes that are not for us. So, if they want to take that risk, maybe they take that, step, maybe they can, but it would be a real rupture in our country. And it would be, I don't know what would happen, but it would be the end of American democracy as in a fair and free process.
It's 7:53, and that's time for traffic. We do that every 10 minutes on the threes. Chris Sullivan, take it away.
And we are pushing towards our second peak of the morning, which is getting towards 8 a.m. And we are looking at brake lights in the usual places, but nothing significantly out of line. If you have an hour and 10-minute trip from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue, that's not too bad. On some Tuesdays, we've been running about an hour and 20. Today, we're not quite that heavy. I mean, it is slow through Linwood and down through Shoreline before easing up a little bit, and then you hit it again in the U District. For 405, it's really from Canyon Park down through Woodinville, a little bit more in Totem Lake and Kirkland now, with just some people weaving and merging there on those on and off ramps. The Federal Way to Seattle Drive, about an hour and 10 as well. We've got 40 of those minutes from South Center. Still kind of heavy working your way through the downtown core because of the issue we have on the ramp to Mercer, and we're also starting to see a little bit of southbound slowing, getting caught up in that as well, with that off ramp to Mercer being a little heavy. So if South Lake Union is your destination, you might want to get off one exit earlier and work your way down that way if that's a possibility for you. Rented to Bellevue, we've got about a 45-minute trip. No real surprises for you guys. For the Valley Freeway, it's running closer to an hour again, just off and on brake lights out of Sumner, really heavy in Auburn through Kent, and then more at the north end. 18 over Tiger Mountains, not too bad. We continue to work with the closure of 410 across the White River between Buckley and Enumclaw. No estimate on when that is going to be reopened. Engineers are back out there again today assessing the damage. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
Partly cloudy today, a high of 76. 76 our forecast high tomorrow. It's 60 right now in Seattle.
Thanks for being with us here on Seattle's Morning News. Coming up, hear about the latest true crime podcast from our partners at KSL, The Stolen Voices of Dole Valley. We're going to hear from the host and investigator coming up at 8:15.
This is Seattle's Morning News.
Americans may not agree on much, but we agree on Social Security. We all pay in. It ought to be there when we need it. Social Security could face a funding gap in less than a decade, and I don't want to see a pay cut. I'm with AARP in the fight to protect the Social Security we earned.
Pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/weearnedit. That's aarp.org/weearnedit. Paid for by AARP.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
This fall, Seattle Symphony Music Director Shen Zhang begins her debut season at Benaroya Hall. On September 13th, Shen conducts Grieg Piano Concerto with pianist Simone Terpcheski for the symphony's opening night. On September 18th and 20th, Shen conducts the majestic Pictures at an Exhibition. On October 2nd, 4th, and 5th, Shen conducts Rachmaninoff's dramatic Second Symphony and Rhapsody on a Theme of Paganini. Ticket info at seattlesymphony.org.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
She and Ursula, weekdays from 9 to noon on KIRO News Radio.
Are you finding it hard to stay cool in your home during hot weather? The issue is likely your window's poor quality and lack of heat deflecting technology. Adrian here, owner of Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Our windows are 25% more energy efficient than Energy Star standards and come with high-performance Sun Matrix glass, which can help keep the summer heat out. Combined with our leak armor installation, your comfort will be secured for a lifetime. Choose Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust. Visit lakewashingtonwindows.com.
Spike O'Neill here with Dr. Matthew Sharp, owner of Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens. Dr. Sharp, I am amazed at the brightness and the clarity that I didn't even realize I'd lost before I had my procedure. How's that even possible?
A lot of people don't realize that. As you get older, the lens not only is less flexible, but it gets less transparent. And gradually, even in our 40s, 50s, 60s, the lens variety does get less transparent. So you get more glare at night, more halos, loss of contrast sensitivity, loss of some color vision or decreased color vision.
Exactly what I was seeing.
And so when we replace that lens that gets cloudier and cloudier with a crystal clear lens, all of the light gets through, all of the clarity, all the brightness, all the colors. And again, with the multifocal lenses that we have, it's sort of like a bifocal built in, so you can see near and far.
Give the folks at Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens a call at 425-451-2020 or online at sharp-vision.com. Sharp with an E-vision.com.
Lori here from Guardian Roofing, Gutters, and Insulation. Upgrading attic insulation is a popular and cost-effective way to make your home more energy efficient, slashing utility bills. Call now and save $299 off attic ceiling and ventilation, or visit us at guardianroofing.com.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Steve Kaith, and crowded roads as people leave North Carolina's Outer Banks. Hurricane Aaron kicking up dangerous surf. Drew Pearson is Dare County's emergency director.
We need to get people someplace where they're going to be safe. Those that decide not to evacuate, they're on their own. They may be at risk. We may not be able to get the ambulance to them.
Flooding is expected in some spots over the next few days on Cape Hatteras. Many locals taking it all in stride.
The way this one's tracking, I'm not super concerned. The visitors, they're concerned because they don't know. You know, everybody we've had in this morning is all asking us if we were going to evacuate, if they should evacuate.
Aaron is not forecast to make landfall. It's now a Category 2 storm that will be closest to the North Carolina coast tomorrow. President Trump is touting more possible meetings a day after talking with Ukraine's president and European leaders in the wake of his summit with Russia's Vladimir Putin.
The president told Fox News the plan now is to set up a meeting with Putin and Zelensky.
Let them meet. You know, they haven't been exactly best friends. They haven't gotten along very well.
And if that works out, he says he'll join the two for a trilateral meeting.
I hope President Putin is going to be good. And if he's not, it's going to be a rough situation.
And he says he hopes Zelensky will, quote, do what he has to do.
He has to show some flexibility also.
Stacey Lynn, CBS News, Washington.
Well, striking flight attendants have reached a tentative deal with Air Canada. CBS's Tom Hansen is at New York's LaGuardia Airport.
Look at the board right now shows that many of the flights that are stretching into the afternoon are still canceled for today, but Air Canada has come out. They have said that they hope to resume their operations today. So presumably this afternoon, we're going to start to see a lot less red, a lot more green, and that'll be a huge sigh of relief for all of the passengers who have been waiting to board their flights for the past couple of days.
Whether it's high prices or portion sizes, more adults admit to ordering from the kids menu at restaurants.
44% of the adults that we surveyed admitted to ordering off of the kids menu for themselves. And some of that obviously is budget-friendly prices.
A data room sides of the business platform Lightspeed Commerce says a third of diners questioned left a restaurant early because of long wait times. The sale of the NBA's Boston Celtics was finalized today. Private equity mogul Bill Chisholm paid just over $6 billion. That's a record price for an American pro sports team. Checking Wall Street, right now the Dow is up more than 90 points. The S&P and NASDAQ are lower. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com.
Governor Ferguson set to respond to a federal ultimatum this afternoon. We'll have a live update from Luke Ducey after we check traffic with Chris Sullivan.
Where you never have to order off the kids' meal, I give you the full meal every 10 minutes on the threes. Coming down out of the north end, we're looking at about an hour and 10-minute drive from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. The heaviest part for 5, definitely south of Northgate all the way down across the Ship Canal Bridge. We're also seeing some brake lights getting into South Lake Union because of a crash on the off-ramp to the Mercer area so that's caused some delays there. For 405, it's really through Canyon Park and down through Bothell. That northbound I-5 drive is a little heavy through the downtown core as well because of the issues we're having in that left lane getting down to Mercer. So if South Lake Union is your destination, you might want to consider an option rather than sitting in that off-ramp to Mercer. Overall, the drive from Federal Way to Seattle is about an hour and 10 with 40 minutes from South Center. Valley Freeway, 50 minutes from N10, maybe 55. Rented to Bellevue's at 40. The Lake Bridges, 520 is good. I-90 starting to see a few brake lights. We continue to work with the closure of the White River Bridge down in the Buckley area, and we do have a pretty nasty crash on northbound I-5 getting into the Tumwater area and on up into Olympia, so plan on a little bit of a delay there. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
8:04 on Tuesday, August 19th, 2025. This is Seattle's Morning News. I'm Charlie Harger with Manda Factor.
Well, today is the deadline to comply with federal immigration enforcement in our state or else.
That's what U.S. Attorney General Pamela Bondi is telling Governor Bob Ferguson. That happened last week, and today Ferguson is pushing back.
And KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is here live with a preview of a press conference the governor will hold later today.
The message from Pam Bondi to sanctuary jurisdictions is pretty clear, and she said it again on Fox News last night.
You better comply or you're next.
She sent that message in a letter just last week to 32 different mayors in 7 states, including ours, that if they do not comply,
we're going to work with our other agencies to cut off their federal funding. We are going to send in law enforcement just like we did during the LA riots, just like we're doing here in Washington, D.C.
Yesterday, Governor Ferguson fired back on social media saying he's standing his ground. Today, we could hear something in a press conference similar to what he said at a press conference in February, where he cited the Keep Washington Working Act.
State and local officials, including law enforcement, may not share non-public information about an individual's immigration status in a non-criminal matter, except as required by federal law or court order.
In other words, Ferguson has been telling the federal government all along, Washington State is not going to just hand over immigration status data to Homeland Security or ICE willy-nilly. Federal agents are going to have to work for it, do their homework, and here's why.
In short, the law ensures that the president cannot commandeer our state and local resources.
However, Bondi appears to be upping the rhetoric in the most recent days and hours. Ferguson says that she's also threatened possible criminal prosecution if Washington State does not comply. And if Ferguson stands his ground today, which all indications are that he will, we could see a quick reaction from the Trump administration, a possible lawsuit from Attorney General Nick Brown then if they withhold federal funding. And as Bondi said on Fox News, maybe, just maybe, federal troops on the streets of sanctuary cities like Seattle. Ferguson is going to give Bondi his final answer at a press conference today at 12:15.
Okay, that's not the only local story with a White House connection today. President Trump says he will lead a movement to end mail-in voting, claiming without providing evidence, those ballots lead to voter fraud.
KIRO 7 TV's Gary Horker took a look at mail-in voting here in our state.
Here in King County, we have long proven that vote-by-mail elections are accurate, they're secure, and most importantly, they're accessible to our voters.
Haley Watkins with King County Elections not only defended voting by mail for its proven security in King County, she also questioned whether his proposal to change it would even be possible.
So we're going to start with an executive order that's being written right now by the best lawyers in the country to end mail-in ballots.
As Watkins pointed out, the Congress and U.S. Constitution actually put all voting in elections in the firm control of every state, and only Congress can override that.
We're getting local reaction to the effort to end the war between Russia and Ukraine.
The outcome of this war will be decided on the battlefield, not in the diplomacy.
That's Boris Lebeda. He fled the conflict with his family. He now lives in Kirkland. He says giving up land to Russia will only buy temporary peace and set a permanent global precedent.
This will be disaster not just for Ukraine, but also for any other democratic force. Because after that, it will be very difficult to negotiate that border should be kept the same.
President Trump says the U.S. is working on security guarantees to back up a potential deal.
Keeping you informed since 1974. This is the city's longest-running radio news show.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
Okay, back to work with us.
Okay.
Thanks, Sully, for starting the clapping.
Yeah. What's going on with your eyes?
They're Betty Davis eyes.
Okay. It's Seattle's morning news. It is Tuesday, August 19th.
I don't even know what that means. Sorry, just,
I don't either, but okay. He's Charlie Harger. I'm Manda Factor.
We have producer David Burbank in the studio.
Who's like rolling his eyes and moaning and groaning.
His Betty Davis eyes. Yeah. Katrina Gigshard is being professional out in the newsroom right now. Nick Krasia is at the control room running the board and picking the music. Good job, Nick. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Okay. Coming up on this hour of the show, we hear from Stolen Voices of Dole Valley host Carolyn Osorio, the new KSL true crime podcast being released this week. It's about a predator in the 1970s roaming throughout the Pacific Northwest.
And earlier this morning, we were talking about this toddler who knocked over an expensive marble table in a restaurant. Well, of course, G. Scott has some thoughts about who should be held accountable. He'll stop by a little bit later.
It's 8:09. It's a blockbuster $6.2 billion deal, and Nexstar Media Group is set to acquire its rival Tegna. What does that mean for you? Well, Tegna is the owner of King TV here in Seattle. It will expand Nexstar's reach to 265 TV stations across the country. Industry leaders say this move could reshape the future of local news and advertising.
Seattle police are looking for a stabbing suspect after an attack under an I-5 overpass last night. We get the details from KIRO 7 TV's Elle Thomas.
This happened just before 10 on Whedon Place Northeast in the Green Lake neighborhood. The victim was found stabbed in the neck and arm. They are at Harborview right now in serious condition. The suspect ran away before officers arrived. If you have information, give police a call.
The suspect accused of shooting a man in a wheelchair along the Seattle waterfront pleaded not guilty in court yesterday. Gregory Tim is charged with first-degree assault. Prosecutors say he accused Navy veteran Harold Powell, who's confined to a wheelchair, of stolen valor. Police say during the argument, Powell pulled out a knife and airsoft gun, and that's when Tim shot the victim in his chest. Tim is being held on $750,000 bail.
Seattle's police chief was apparently just yards away when a jewelry store was robbed in broad daylight. According to Jason Rantz on Seattle Red, Chief Sean Barnes was eating lunch nearby as 4 masked thieves hit Menashe & Sons Jewelers last week. They used hammers, bear spray, and a taser and got away with $2 million worth of stuff in just 90 seconds. Surveillance video shows them smashing display cases and blocking the entrance. The robbers even parked in front of the chief's SUV during the heist. SPD says Barnes and his security detail didn't realize what was happening.
Parked in front of his SUV.
Yeah.
Small earthquake shook parts of western Washington last night. Hit just after 7:15 in the evening north of Forks. Pacific Northwest Seismic Network says it was a magnitude 3.7, deep epicenter about 26 miles down in the Strait of Juan de Fuca. People felt it from ocean shores all the way up to Vancouver, BC, and no damage was reported. But it's the latest in a string of small quakes this summer. One hit in Paulsbo in August, another rattled Mount Vernon in June.
It's 8:12. That's time for a check on the weather. It's brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. And here's KIRO 7's Nick Allard.
It's a mix this morning between more clouds around Puget Sound and west and more sunshine around east of Puget Sound. I do think we are going to see, though, everybody getting increasing clouds this afternoon. So if you have a little sunshine now, you'll have it for about the first half of the day. Then clouds will increase and we'll go for highs in the mid-70s, going partly to mostly cloudy, but a nice day. Tomorrow, a little moisture early and some clouds, but we should clear out and then see upper 70s with sunshine and then hold it in the upper 70s and lower 80s the rest of the week through the weekend and into next week with sunshine.
I think he might be a little bit excited about that.
Might be a little caffeinated.
Right now in Seattle, we're seeing some clouds roll in. Still peaks of sunshine and 60.
8:13 now. Let's check in with Sully. Traffic on the threes.
Maybe you could use a little bit of that coffee and use it to pour out the car fire that's burning on northbound I-5. Just popped up a couple of moments ago right at South Center. Not a good spot to have a car going up, and it's throwing up a ton of black and now white smoke that the fire department's there. But we have 2 left lanes blocked on northbound I-5 right at 405 in South Center, kind of right where South Center peels off to the right and right where the HOV lane peels off to the left. Again, 2 lanes are blocked, and we've jumped up to 45 minutes now to go from South Center into South Center from Federal Way in about an hour and 15. We had just kind of started seeing that back off, but now we have this, and the backup extends all the way to about the Kent Des Moines Road. So I'm watching this one closely. Valley Freeway is a lot heavier than normal. We've got a lot of diversion from people trying to come up from the Buckley area because of the closure of 410 over the White River. So we've got about an hour drive from Puyallup to Renton, with more than 35 of that from Auburn. So a very heavy day up the Valley Freeway. And then Renton to Bellevue is about 40 minutes. The S-curves are active, but nothing you can't handle. And then you hit it over the top of I-90. Lake Bridges, 520 is wide open. I-90 starting to see a little bit of braking getting across the water, but nothing, again, you can't handle. Hour and 10-minute trips from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. 405 is actually a lot more packed in than I-5 is, but that's only because it has just a little bit more capacity. KIRO Newsradio real-time traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
8:14 now. Sully's going to love this one. Fans at the Jonas Brothers Virginia Beach concert got a blast from the past, and Katrina is here to explain.
The Jonas Brothers are on the road for their Living the Dream tour, bringing out surprise guests at each stop so far. And Friday on the stage, there were twice as many boy band brothers because the guys surprised everybody with Hanson.
Oh, my
We need to look at
goodness.
Sully's face right now and his disdain at this.
Wow.
I had to go look them up. I would not have recognized them had you not
Sully
told me
is
who they
not
were.
Footnote in American terrible music.
They're lovely young men.
They
were boys.
I was going to say they're full grown
Jonas Brothers
now.
aren't higher on my list either.
Balding.
Not that I could name anything about him or know anything about him either.
Which I understand completely.
Other than South Park parodying him.
Okay, well, I'll take it.
No, we're not.
We're not going to that episode, but
we're
I'm
not.
just saying I'm familiar with them because of that.
How did this come about anyway?
Well, the collaboration was long in the making because they name-checked them in their 2007 song, That's the Way We Just Roll. So it was just a callback to, an original boy band.
They were adorable with all their hair.
Yeah, something like that. It's 8:15.
You don't know what a monster looks like until it's too late.
He was this good-looking guy in a blue van.
When he put the knife to my throat, I knew I was going to die that day.
There were multiple victims. 6 to 8 young women disappeared.
That's serial killer stuff.
He had a reign of terror nobody knows about. Justice needs to be given to the voices that he silenced.
Oh my goodness, we are going from boy bands to serial killers.
Yeah, it was a story silenced for decades. Stolen Voices of Dole Valley takes us inside the haunting case of a predator who roamed free in the 1970s across the Pacific Northwest.
This show is hosted by Carolyn Osorio, who's joining us on our YouTube channel. Good morning, Carolyn. Nice to have you with us.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me here.
How did this story come to your attention, Carolyn?
I had pretty much lived in the Pacific Northwest all my life, and I'd never heard of the name Warren Forest. This case takes place in Clark County, and I heard it was the victims' stories, the survivors, that really just got its hooks in me. And this is a story that is not one that people will forget.
This is coined as a serial killer you've never heard of. What was so difficult about investigators to follow this case?
Well, you're right. A serial killer you've never heard of, and victims and families, and that you won't forget. And really, the stars of this are the victims, survivors, and family, and investigators. And it's just been a 50-year investigation that there's been so many twists and turns. A victim who wasn't believed, and it just spans a long time. And he's only been convicted of 2 murders, but he's suspected of many, many more.
The last 50 years, Carolyn, we've seen a lot of serial killers in our area. And did you look into what makes the Pacific Northwest kind of an opportune environment for these types of criminals?
I think people like to say that about the Pacific Northwest, and it's absolutely true. But I think that there's, the 70s really was the time when serial predators were around and captured our attention with the FBI. And I think that it's not just the Pacific Northwest, but there is the lore. And I did a deep dive into the Green River Killer investigation. I grew up, like I said, in this area, and there's a lot of activity going on. But I think that what is interesting about beyond the serial killers is the stories of the victims and the families, and how these cases impact our community. And so that's kind of what Stolen Voices is all about, is about these stories that stolen voices that have not been heard.
That's one thing I learned when I interviewed the Green River Killer, Gary Ridgway, is that it's more important what his victims are going through, what his victim families are going through. When you spoke to these families, what was your experience like, and how did they react if you ever brought up the word closure?
I've learned through this process of being in the true crime sphere, and I don't like to say that because it sounds like media driven, and these are people's lives, but there's no closure. What people like is resolution. They want resolution and they want justice. And if they can't have that, then the people in this story, they want their what happened to them to be heard. And I'm just so grateful to be working with KSL and Lemonada Media to bring this, and the huge team behind this show is amazing. And I think people are just going to be, angry, but also inspired about people who just have never given up.
Would you say anything surprised you in doing your research for this?
That no one had heard of him, and that he hasn't been held accountable for what he's done, and has hidden behind this mask of, he's not like a Ted Bundy. He's his own unique personality type. And so it's been very frustrating for the victims and their families who are still, there's loved ones that are still waiting to find their people. And I can't even imagine how frustrating that is for them, but them sharing their stories with me, trusting me to tell their stories, I think that people are really going to be blown away by just the sheer magnitude of this investigation that not a lot of people know about.
We're speaking on YouTube Live right now with the host of Stolen Voices of Dole Valley, a new podcast out today, Carolyn Osorio. Carolyn, the center of this, the man accused of these crimes, convicted of these crimes, do we have a handle on how many lives he took?
Well, I've been working with the Clark County Sheriff's Office, and I say that just, collaborating loosely. I'm not an investigator in terms of being in law enforcement, but they're hoping to put pressure on him to confess or, come clean with what he knows. There's 5 that he's suspected of. And so, doing interviews like this, putting that pressure on him to know that this is not going away. We're not going away. And he's someone who values his privacy above everything else. He's been in jail for 30 years, which is why it's a very intricate case, because it's not like he's been out and about. But the lead up to there's been a couple of times when he was almost going to get out. And in fact, there was a case that was just recently adjudicated in 2023 where, he was up for parole. And so there's just so many layers and family members who've been involved in this investigation and are like, you're not going to forget us or our family, which in a story is something that always, I'm drawn to that time and time and time again. Like, people are really going to love and root for, the people that are involved in this case. It's almost, we in the trailer, there's the rope analogy where he would bind his victims. And Norma, one of the key figures here, she literally chewed through her ropes to escape, and she wasn't believed. And so there's just the human element to this it can't be understated. It's just the whole breadth of an investigation that not a lot of people know about.
What else do we know about? We're just about out of time, like 30 seconds. But what else do we know about him? What was he doing other than hunting people?
Well, he was a Clark County employee. And so a lot of these crimes took place in Parks and Rec. He had a specialty key to get into it, and he would bring his victims into the woods. And so he flew under the radar. He completely flew under the radar.
Carolyn Osorio, your podcast is called Stolen Voices of Dole Valley. It's out now. It's from KSL Podcast. Sounds fascinating. Really appreciate your time today.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. Take care. It's 8:23. We need to get to traffic. We do that every 10 minutes on the threes, and Chris Sullivan is watching your drive.
Well, the fire is out, but the damage is done. We had a car fire on northbound I-5. Right as you got to 405 in South Center, the two left lanes are blocked, so only one lane of the freeway is actually getting by because that's right where the HOV lane peels off to the left and has its own little off and flyover ramp. They're right at the airport, and then where the right lane disappears and goes to 405. So we're looking at a pretty heavy backup that goes all the way back to the Kent Des Moines Road. We are looking at about 42 minutes to make that drive from Federal Way into South Center. That's about a 15-minute delay over what you should be getting now. Hour and 20 all the way from Federal Way to Seattle. So behind schedule. Looking at the Valley Freeway, it's also well behind. Hour drive from Puyallup to Renton. The reason why it's so slow so late in the morning, those 22,000 people on the 410 that normally take the Buckley White River Bridge got to go somewhere, and that detour puts them onto 167, if you can believe it. We're going to talk more about that coming up in Choke Points. Looking at Renton to Bellevue, we've got about a 40-minute trip. Coming down from the north end, about an hour now from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. We're starting to see things cool off just a little bit. The lake bridges are still doing okay, which is great. This report brought to you by Bucky's Complete Auto. Planning a road trip? Plan a visit to Bucky's for oil changes, brakes, AC repair, factory maintenance. No appointment needed. Financing available. Bucky's.com.
And our forecast, we're going to see building clouds throughout the day, mostly cloudy by afternoon, but some sunshine until then. 74 today. Tomorrow, mostly sunny, 76. We will gradually warm as the week wraps up. By Friday, look for highs in the low 80s. Right now, it's warmed up to 64 in Seattle.
Coming up, KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey on the standoff happening between the governor and the United States Attorney General.
This hour is brought to you by WaFd Bank.
The G and Ursula Show.
There are topics that we bring up. Guns, climate change.
Weekdays 9 to noon.
And when you get to those topics, and everybody's going to go crazy. People who feel
that they can't do anything.
Exactly.
Are you willing to drive any less than you do? Are
Hell
you willing
no.
to? Man, you didn't even hesitate.
No,
other people
I'm not
to
getting
do
no
the public.
I got to get to where I got to get to.
When I'm retired, I want to rely on public transit. I want to be the one that takes light rail.
No, you don't, Ursula. You don't want to be worried about walking down the street.
Watch live on YouTube and the KIRO Newsradio app.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
Send off summer with the power of zero at Kendall Ford of Marysville. Get 0% APR, make zero down payment, and have zero payment for up to 90 days on select new Fords. Go electric and save an incredible $17,000 off MSRP on a new all-wheel drive 2024 Ford F-150 Lightning Pro Crew Cab and get 0% APR. Save over $2,300 off MSRP on a new 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E Select and get 0% APR. Save over $2,300 off MSRP on a new 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend 4x4. Check out the savings and stop by Kendall Ford of Marysville today. Kendall, let's start something great.
VIN number RWG 33493, SMA 24296, and SRE 72794. $20.83 per month for $1,000 finance, subject to credit approval to Ford Credit. Interest will accrue during the deferred payment period. All factory rebates subject to change. Price does not include taxes, title, or license. A negotiable documentary service fee of up to $200 may be added to the sale price of the vehicle. Subject to prior sale, see dealer for details. Offer expires 9/2/25.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
If your closets are bursting at the seams like the Curly household, it's time to call the pros at Closets by Design Seattle. Every job is completely custom. Free in-home design consultation. Right now, they're offering big savings up to 40% off, plus an additional 15% off with 18 months financing and free installation. You're getting the quality and backing of a national brand, but with friendly local Seattle service. Go to closetsbydesign.com or call 1-800-BY-DESIGN to schedule your free in-home design consultation today.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Northwest Homeowners, when it comes to your roof, you need a name you can trust. Techline Roofing has proudly served the Seattle area for years, delivering exceptional results and lasting security. Choose Techline Roofing. Your trust is our foundation. Trust Techline.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It is 8:30. The battle over immigration enforcement is about to reach a boiling point in Olympia.
Today marks the deadline for the state to comply with federal immigration mandates or face consequences. And so far, Governor Bob Ferguson says he's not backing down.
KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is live with a preview of the governor's high-stakes press conference set for this afternoon.
Yeah, Governor Ferguson has said on social media, he did yesterday, he's not going to change his stance. He's not going to comply with Homeland Security and ICE requests for immigration data or lists of names of people here illegally. Today, he will most likely cite the Keep Washington Working Act, like he did at a press conference back in February.
State and local officials, including law enforcement, may not share non-public information about an individual's immigration status in a non-criminal matter, except as required by federal law or court order.
However, the message from Pam Bondi sent last week to 32 mayors in 7 states, including ours, is pretty clear. And she said it again on Fox News last night.
You better comply or you're next.
And if our state does not comply, Bondi says we risk serious consequences.
We're going to work with our other agencies to cut off their federal funding. We are going to send in law enforcement just like we did during the LA riots, just like we're doing here in Washington, D.C.
So, Charlie and Amanda, if Ferguson stands his ground today, and all indications are that that's exactly what he's going to do, we could see a quick reaction from the Trump administration, including withholding federal funding. Ferguson says if that happens, State Attorney General Nick Brown will respond with a lawsuit against the Trump administration. Ferguson will give Bondi his final answer at a press conference around 12:15 this afternoon.
Okay, look forward to hearing that. President Trump says he's going to ban mail-in ballots. He's working on an executive order to stop mail voting across the country before 2026.
Former Washington Secretary of State Kim Wyman, a Republican, now works for the not-for-profit Bipartisan Policy Center. KIRO Newsradio asked Wyman, can Trump do that?
He doesn't have the power to dictate to states how they run their elections.
The Constitution says states, not the president, run elections. The president says voting by mail can lead to fraud, but experts say Trump's claims don't hold up.
2 large fires broke out along I-90 yesterday, shutting down both directions between Easton and Ellensburg for several hours. Here's Trooper Jeremy Weber.
We got to the point where we had to close the state or close I-90 due to the amount of smoke that was crossing over. It was just a little bit too dangerous for traffic.
Flames got up into some trees along the freeway. No word officially on what started those fires, but Weber says there was a report a trailer lost a wheel and was dragging an axle that might have caused a spark.
It's 8:33. Let's find out what's happening on the roads right now. We check traffic every 10 minutes. How about it, Sully?
Well, I don't know what caused the car to catch fire, but it did on northbound I-5 right at South Center. Fire is out, but it was putting up some black and white smoke for about 15 minutes as they worked on this thing. This is northbound 5 right at South Center, 405 there, right where the lane peels off to the right to go to 405 and where the HOV lane peels off to the left. Only one lane is open, the far right lane, and we're backed up well before South Center, and we've jumped up to an hour and a half from Federal Way to Seattle. 45 of those minutes just to get you up to South Center. That is a 20-minute delay just on that corridor alone. So big-time delays on I-5 northbound. Valley Freeway is trying to pick up the pace a little bit. We're back under an hour, but not by much, to go from Puyallup to Renton. And Renton to Bellevue is running a little over 40 minutes now. The S-curves are active, as is the drive right over I-90. Speaking of I-90, the Lake Bridge is looking pretty good. 520 isn't too bad either. I-5 is not too bad until you get down to about 85th, and then it's heavy down through the U District. It's about 50 minutes now from Everett to Seattle, about an hour and 5 from Everett to Bellevue, so a little bit slower on that side of the lake. This report brought to you by Washington 811. If you're digging in your yard, the law requires you to call 811 to avoid dangerous and costly damage. Call 811 or submit online, digsafewa.com.
We're expecting clouds to break up a little this afternoon. A lot of clouds throughout the day, though. We're headed for a high of 76, partly cloudy tomorrow, and the next few days after that, a lot of sun. Highs in the upper 70s to mid 80s. In Seattle right now, it's cloudy and 61.
Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Hey, oh, let's go.
Now, Choke Points with Chris Sullivan.
Presented by Carter Subaru.
Well, we survived the so-called month of hell. We told you what to expect on I-5 over the next few years, but the construction cones are not going away. Construction season is close to year-round these days.
All right, Sully, bring us the details.
Well, it was construction, as we talked about in the years past, used to be a season. It started around April, lasted through October, followed the better weather, because when the rain arrived, the work usually stopped. That's the way it was. Well, that's not the way it is anymore. There are so many projects being done around the state, and there is so much work that needs to be done. Contractors really can't take off a lot of time.
We have a lot of work to do, and really, we're going to start seeing more work happening during the winter.
That's the state's Tom Pierce. Now, of course, you can dig and move dirt and rock. You can clear out vegetation. You can even lay concrete in cold weather as long as it's not consistently below 40 degrees. It's really only that last bit of work, the paving and the striping, that really requires the good weather. So we're going to see a lot of extra work continuing almost year round, especially on 405 over the next year or so. That's where WashDOT is racing to get that widening project between Bellevue and Renton finished. Pierce says southbound 405 is even going to be closed this weekend for that project.
We've got 2 weekend-long closures coming on I-405 in Renton. One will be the weekend of August 23rd and 24th. The next one will be in mid-September.
So that means southbound 405 will be closed between Sunset and SR 169 from Friday night until early Monday morning. There are also going to be some closures on I-5 south of South Center.
We're also going to have a full closure on southbound I-5 down in Kent for a weekend, the last weekend of September. And that's going to be a bunch of panel replacement, fixing broken panels on the highway.
And don't forget, there are going to be several southbound I-5 weekend closures across the Ship Canal Bridge this fall as Revive I-5 continues. We are waiting to get the official dates on that, and we'll get those to you as soon as possible. But yeah, construction waits for no man. now as we move forward. That's just too much to be done.
And that's not our only issue on the roads.
No, we've got a big problem for people in, East King, East Pierce. Between Buckley and Enumclaw yesterday, Monday morning, a semi hit the 410 White River Bridge in just north of Buckley, and it hit several cross beams pretty hard. That's a steel truss bridge, 76 years old. I kind of got some Skagit River Bridge feels off of what we looked at in terms of,
like
this overheight. At least 3 of them were hit from the pictures we've seen. There's no estimate of when that's going to reopen. The engineers haven't determined just how badly the damage is and what they might need to do. So what that has done is that's closed off basically a mile of 410 right across the White River.
That's not so bad.
Well, the problem is there's no other crossing around the White River anywhere near that.
Yeah.
So you have a 38-mile detour to basically go a mile. You have to go all the way. If you're coming up through Buckley and you wanted to go into Enumclaw, you now have to take a left on 410, go all the way through Sumner to 167, all the way up to 18 in Auburn, then all the way back on 164 to come back and get to Enumclaw that direction. 38 miles. And again, we have no estimate of when this is going to reopen.
I was going to say not to put you on the spot, but it seems like it could be long term.
It could be. Again, this is you don't want to mess with something like this. I mean, we saw what happened in Skagit, that in real time. They're going to have to see what happened. It's about 22,000 vehicles a day use that. And Charlie, you mentioned there's a concert tonight at White River. A lot of people use that way to get around. It's not going to be pretty because that's not an option anymore.
Yeah, there will be a lot of time after time on the roads.
Oh, Is there a way we can set up a ramp? Like the Duke Boys, and then you can drive and go clean over the river.
Well, that sounds like something Charlie would say, David.
Probably. While that's a great idea, I doubt Washed Out would assume the risk on that. Maybe we can ask the Seabees to come out and lay down a temporary bridge. We can go around that. Maybe we can do something like that. But no, this is going to have a significant impact, and we've already seen it this morning. I mean, for something that's that far east, impacting people's drives on 167 that far to the west, because that's the detour route.
Yeah, to David's point, though, people who live around there, I'm on a bunch of neighborhood discussion boards. I live in the general vicinity. They have the memes, showing that, and they actually did have a meme of somebody doing the dirt ramp jump. So Dave's not too far off.
Well, there is a cemetery nearby. If you want to join,
oh my goodness,
you can go right by, but I would not recommend it.
No.
Buzzkill.
Yeah,
all right.
Captain Bring Down. Sorry, I'm for once the voice of sanity and reason.
As far as what's happening on the roads right now, is it our car fire?
Yeah, it's our car fire in South Center causing a huge backup on northbound I-5. So we'll break that down for you next.
You never know what's in store each morning once you hit the road.
We've got a major traffic alert in effect right now.
Well, you're getting ready every morning. Make us part of your routine.
What morning, huh?
Yeah. I got up to an early start.
Just tell your smart speaker to play KIRO Newsradio or stream us on the app.
Both directions of I-5 are closed.
We'll help you get where you're going faster.
Maybe bail at 512.
KIRO Newsradio. We're on your smart speaker, the app, and 97.3 FM.
Hey, it's John Curley with Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision RLE. Doc, I heard that 50% of Americans have their lenses replaced by the time they're 75.
That's exactly right, John. As we near 50, our eye's natural lens starts to become dysfunctional. If you've now added readers to your need for glasses and contacts, it's a sign the quality and function of your natural lens is fading, and it's a steady decline towards cataracts.
Don't go another 20 plus years with poor vision, hassling with contacts and readers. Do what I did. Choose a quick, painless refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision RLE and start enjoying great vision now.
Our new lens technology is truly amazing. After replacing over 100,000 lenses, we have the experience to guide each patient to their best solution, even if that's recommending you wait a little while before RLE.
K2 Vision RLE can restore distance and near vision permanently, plus never develop a cataract. Read the reviews and schedule a free Zoom consultation now at k2visionrle.com.
Yikey wawa.
What?
My hot water.
Yeah?
Not so hot.
Water heater trouble?
It's not working.
We can fix that.
This week?
How about
today.
Apollo Plumbing really is ready right now.
Especially when it comes to water heater replacement.
Think I need a new one?
Is it more than 10 years old?
It is.
Probably so.
Doesn't heat like it used to.
It runs out?
All the time.
That's a warning sign.
Uh-oh.
So are little leaks.
But Apollo can get me a new one?
Installed today by our clean screen trained and trusted plumbers. They're water heater experts.
But I probably got to pay a rush fee.
No extra charge.
You make this too easy.
We'll even haul off the old one.
A new water heater.
Same day. That's the Apollo Plumbing way.
This is going to get my budget in hot water.
Got you covered there too.
How?
Our available payment plans.
I don't have to wait?
Or take cold showers.
You are a lifesaver.
Call us this morning. You'll have hot water today.
That's the Apollo Plumbing way.
ApolloPlumbing.com.
Summer is fast approaching, and it's a great time to get ready for the busy season with help from WaFd Bank. They offer services like Collect Early, which opens your cash flow for the things you need, like hiring summer staff or expanding your product line. Collect Early helps you get your invoices paid in hours, not weeks. What could your business do with more money? Take things to the next level with WaFd Bank and find bankers with the knowledge and services to meet your business goals. WaFd Bank, built for business. WaFdBank.com, member FDIC.
It's 8:43, time for Traffic with Sully.
And if you ever wanted to smell what burning tires smell like, or burning engine or coolant, stay in the left lane on northbound I-5 as you work your way through South Center. All lanes have reopened past the car fire, but the Hulk is still just slightly smoldering there on your left-hand shoulder. Still have big-time delays behind this on northbound 5 right at 405. We've got about a 45-minute trip from South Center into downtown, from Federal Way into South Center, and about an hour and a half all the way from Federal Way. So that's about a 20-minute delay making that entire trip today. Northbound 405 is heavy up to over 50 minutes now, so definitely seeing brake lights extending past 44th and then over the top of I-90. Behind that, the Valley Freeway is finally starting to feel a little bit better. Give yourself about 50 minutes to make that trip there. Coming down from the north end, we're definitely thinning out on I-5 and 405. We've got looking at about an hour from Everett to Bellevue and about 50 minutes now from Everett to Seattle, though I'm getting reports there might be a new crash on southbound 405 right at Canyon Park, so I'll check into that and have more for you on that in 10 minutes. This report brought to you by Seattle Sports. Download the Seattle Sports app and stay in the know with the latest news, scores, and opinions about your favorite teams.
Our forecast, we're seeing some sunshine this morning, but the clouds are going to roll in throughout the day. Will be mostly cloudy by afternoon and 74 today, then improving. Lots of sunshine for the rest of the week. Right now, it's 64 in Seattle.
This next segment, Manda and I are both very glad we have teenagers living in the home. The Cambridge Dictionary, catching up with the times, Katrina Gashard.
Indeed, the dictionary added more than 6,000 new words, and many of those words have been made popular by social media. Here are some. Tradwife. Any guesses?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Traditional wife. Stay at
Traditional
home,
wife,
cook.
yes.
Take care of the kids.
That's right. Next, skippity.
Means nothing, but I have skibbity riz according to my kids.
Skibbity toilet.
It means cool. It means bad as in good. You can say your shoes look skippity today. Then there's delulu.
Delusional.
I didn't know
That's
that
right,
one yet.
short for delusional. And then my favorite, lastly, it's either going to be look or Luke.
Oh, yeah.
So people are debating how to pronounce it, but it's a play on the word look, which is about a particular style or fashion that's trendy, it's attractive, and very unusual.
Well, you're never delulu, Katrina.
Oh, thanks.
And you know who has a good look?
G. Scott.
He stops by next with a debate about something you brought up earlier in the show, Katrina.
Oh, I can't wait to hear
The
it, guys.
toddler and the table.
It's 8:46.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
If you want that summer body you've always dreamed of, then this message is for you, ladies, and you men too. Get rid of extra stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin around the waistline, chin, and under the upper arms with ProSculpt, the new one-day instant permanent fat removal and skin tightening treatment. Maybe you've tried the lasers, fat freezing methods, even those new pills, but without the desired results. ProSculpt is different. It's minimally invasive, performed while fully awake, gentle, yet powerful. Designed to target the waistline, chin, neck, arms, and thighs, ProSculpt uses FDA-cleared plasma technology to deliver immediate, permanent fat-reducing and skin-tightening results, all in just one visit. If you want that summer body this summer, then you must act now. Go to ProSculpt.com today to schedule your free consultation. Get $250 off. For instant, permanent fat reduction and skin tightening, visit ProSculpt.com.
Underestimating the trucking industry is one of the biggest mistakes I see victims and other lawyers make. Trucking companies have an army of lawyers and experts who act quickly after an accident to protect the company. Only an experienced trucking accident lawyer can navigate the complicated federal and state laws to protect your rights. If you or a loved one has been injured in a trucking accident, call Davis Law Group today for a free consultation or get my free book on trucking accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
When the weather changes, your home shouldn't be the one left unprepared. Hi, I'm Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. We offer the strongest solutions in roofing, siding, decking, windows, and gutters, made for the Pacific Northwest. And right now, get 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 24 months or up to $3,000 off your next project. No gimmicks, no stress, just reliability you can count on. Visit stateroofing.com or call 866-ROOF-ROOF to schedule your free estimate today.
State Roofing, the best roof you'll ever need.
Seattle's morning news. Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime on mynorthwest.com.
Here he is from the G and Ursula Show and the Reset podcast on My Northwest. G. Scott. Good morning, G.
Hey, good morning, y'all. How y'all doing?
Hello, we're great.
So, man, there's a story that's gone viral.
Yes, it has.
And it's out there to New Jersey, a New Jersey mother. So check this out. Her 3-year-old daughter kind of knocked over a $1,600 marble table over the weekend at a place called Ocean County Cafe. According to the mom, she was getting ready to pay, and then this fell over, and her daughter allegedly did it. And she was not, according to the mom, she was not allowed to leave before handing over her driver's license and credit card information. So the mama took to TikTok, and on the TikTok, she, I
hear a loud bang, and I look, and my daughter, who was trying to push the table away from her, pushed it over. The owner said, "Wow, the table is almost $2,000. It's $1,600, so you can't leave until I have your license and a credit card." All she kept repeating was, "Our policy is you break it, you bought it."
You break it, you bought it.
Now, there was quite a debate on Seattle's morning news earlier, G.
No.
I'm on your side, I think.
There should be no debate.
Okay.
This Gen Z and these young kids and young parenting. Look, I'm from the old school, and you break, you buy. You break, you buy. Period.
100%.
Isn't the intention of that saying if you are going into a business and breaking something that you could then purchase? There's not a price tag on this table, is there?
Here is the problem, DB, and all these young parents today. Y'all let y'all kids do everything. Y'all the folks that go over to people's house, your damn child is jumping on folks' couches, and people are looking at you like, we don't want to say nothing to you. Are you going to say something to your kids? Oh, well, he's just tired. He just needs a nap. Oh, would you like some graham crackers to feel better? No, he needs sometimes they need a little belt to the butt. But I don't know if I can say that on the radio. But anyways, that's what ends up happening is these kids be running their parents. Parents, you don't run your house, you run around it. That is the biggest problem going on.
Gee, have you seen a picture of this this table, quote unquote, looks more like a bench.
I don't care what it looks like.
I'm just saying it doesn't look very stable. I think an adult could have knocked it over on accident.
You want to know what doesn't look stable? The parenting in this situation does not seem stable. These are the types that had these kids walking around with pajama bottoms and rubber boots. These are the kids that says, "Oh, you don't want your chicken? Okay, well, what else can I have you?" Back in my day, when your mama made you one thing to eat and you want to eat it, you sat there to the table until you ate it. I've sat there for 8 hours before until it get cold. Don't nobody care. These kids are soft.
To David's point, if you knocked over a table in a coffee shop, you broke a $1,600 table, what do you do, G?
You just bumped into it. You're just walking by and you literally bump into it and it falls over. Because that still is you break, you buy.
Yeah.
You still broke it.
Exactly.
You're paying $1,600.
I'm damn near 50 years old. Ask me how many tables I've knocked over in my life in a business. 0. You want to know why?
I ask again. Have you seen the look of this table?
Yeah, I saw it.
It doesn't have 4 legs. Guess what it has? It has 2 legs.
It had a little gangster lean to it. I saw it. It had a little. It had a little lean to it.
It seems like you're admitting, you're conceding to a lot of the points.
Here's the thing, David. I'm not shocked that you and your brothers and sisters of your generation want the business to pay for it. Here, how about this?
Manda was saying that she didn't think the mom should have to pay for it either. Right, Manda?
I am really struggling with this because, I mean, can't the restaurant just file an insurance claim?
Also, what happens? Insurance?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So our insurance premium can go up?
Okay.
What happens if the table falls over and it falls on the kid?
What happens if y'all just watch your kids and pay for your stuff and get out?
How does a 3-year-old knock over a marble table?
Yeah. Well, I got 3-year-olds just doing whatever they want. How many times have you guys gone into business and you see somebody right now? Somebody's in Starbucks right now looking at somebody's bad kids do whatever they want.
There's no $1,600 tables in Starbucks, I'll tell you that.
If it's $600, you got to pay for it. You break, you buy.
Listen to the G and Ursula show coming up 9 to noon here on KIRO Newsradio.
Sully with a quick check on traffic.
And we are looking at an improving drive, but it's going to take a little while now longer from Federal Way up into South Center. Because of this long-term car fire response, the Hulk is still over there on the left-hand shoulder. We got 45 minutes to
Where's
get
Iron
you
Man?
I don't go there with me. I don't even understand what universe you're in. Looking at because I don't even know what universe I'm in. The Hulk is the burned-out car, not the green guy that we were looking for last week on Highway 816 when we had that radioactive leak. But we're looking at an hour and 20 from Federal Way to Seattle. Renton to Bellevue's about 40. Valley Freeway's calming down, 45 minutes from end to end. Everett to Bellevue, still an hour. Everett to Seattle, though, 40 minutes. So we're getting there. This report brought to you by Lake Washington Windows and Doors. For a limited time, save with 20% inflation discounts, 18 months free financing. LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
Sunshine now, mostly cloudy later, and a high today of 74. It's 64 in Seattle right now.
Seahawks regular season approaching. We want to send you and 3 friends to watch the Hawks on September 7th. You just need to open the KIRO Newsradio app and click the Win tab to find out how.
If you don't have the app, just text app to 888-973-5476 and we will send you a link to download.
And enter daily to increase your chances to win. The contest runs through Monday, August 25th.
Lori here from Guardian Roofing, Gutters, and Insulation, the original Make Your Roof Last company. Remember, your roof isn't just a roof. It's a shield guarding your loved ones and belongings. When replacement time rolls around, trust is key. That's why Guardian's crew isn't just skilled, they're licensed, vetted, and fully insured. And with our Guardian Guarantee, we promise your roof's done right the first time. Call now and get 1 year of maintenance free with the installation of a new roof or visit us at guardianroofing.com.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different.
Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
We all know that summer's heating up here around Western Washington, and so is the schedule at Valentine Roofing. Now's the time to act before the fall, wind, and rain expose a real problem. Hey, Jake Skorheim here. Get your roof, siding, or gutter project locked in before Labor Day to secure priority scheduling on select projects. Valentine Priority Scheduling means that they'll begin the work on your home within just 3 weeks of signing your agreement. Spots are limited, so do what I did. Call 206 Roofing to get on Valentine's priority schedule and receive a free estimate. That's 206 Roofing.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, Northwest News.
Was drafted in 1999 by the Philadelphia 76ers, and that was just absolutely a dream come true.
Todd's playing in the NBA is unique. His battle with neuropathy is not.
I first started noticing problems a couple years into my NBA career, and I felt like my sock was just balled up right in the arch of my foot, and there'd be areas of burning and tingling, and then there'd be other areas of deadness where there would be no response.